Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports.
Everett, Neela!
Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. What is the only letter in the alphabet that does not appear in any U.S. state name? The answer? Q.
Does not appear in any USA. Yeah.
I'm familiar with Q's.
Yeah, you are. Quick and Quail and yeah. Alibaba is taking on Meta's wearables with AI glasses of its own. It's the latest in the U.S.-China battle for AI dominance. Join us now. Lead Edge Capital founding partner Mitchell Green. Mitchell is a longtime investor in Alibaba and Ant Group. He's also an investor in ByteDance, and he does crazy things sometimes when in a chair, right?
The real question will be, how many years do I get to come on here until we have till I get to come on for like the ByteDance IPO? That'll be that's the billion-dollar question.
Looking at a lot of your thoughts and comments, I think you're very excited about AI and what can happen. But would you buy any of the top tier leading AI companies at this point? And is there a way to engage in this transforming?
What's going on?
Yeah, is there another point? Where else can you do it if you don't want?
It is clearly transforming. I mean, all your viewers.
But you wouldn't buy any of them. You wouldn't buy any of the main.
We're not buying. I think the way you play it, especially if you're a retail investor, you should go buy the hyperscalers that you can see are putting up, and they're going to dedicate massive amounts of capital to this space. Whether it's Facebook. I think Amazon said they're going to spend $60 billion or something in the second half, and spent $56 billion in the first half. I think Google said they were going to spend $85 billion or something. We really don't know how you compete against those giant hyperscalers, and the cost to serve a search with with Anthropic or OpenAI versus Google, who spent the last 20+ years.
So you think they become the winners of this?
We think they're the big
and you think, therefore, where do you put so some people are saying they want to get access to like an OpenAI. And they would say the way to do that today, oddly enough, would to say either to buy into Microsoft, right? Because embedded they have a big investment, is in OpenAI, or into SoftBank. Those are two public, effectively, vehicles.
SoftBank can get a lot of other stuff. Look, if you're a wealthy enough individual, it's been rumored that both Anthropic and OpenAI, actually these companies are constant fundraising companies.
Yeah, of course they are.
Which also means you're going to get diluted. We have not invested in the big models. And by the way, we're idiots. We should have. We could have invested in some of these but early. And again, you could sell the stock. I know people that invested early and have already gotten out and made a bunch of money. Our concern is, we could be completely wrong, is that how do we know these aren't Excite, Lycos, and AltaVista? Search engines from the 90s that had massive consumer trends. You might argue, I can take this side of the argument, that OpenAI is dominating the hearts and minds of consumers. The DAUs and MAUs are just through the roof, so they'll win. Means they can attract the best talent. Here's the problem. The likes of Facebook, Microsoft, and Google and Amazon are paying engineers like they play in the NBA. And so the amount of not only OpenAI can offer equity, but these companies can offer hard cash. What they did with what Facebook did with Nat Friedman, who's a dear friend of our firm, an absolute rock star engineer. But the dilution for these companies, it's something that a lot of people in Silicon Valley, people don't talk about enough. The dilution at some of these private AI companies is absolutely insane.
That's interesting.
Nobody talks about this.
Nobody really
the war, while the biggest, some of the best innovation is coming out of Silicon Valley, and it's for the last 20 years, and will continue for a long time. The amount of stock option dilution that at the same time also comes out of this area is absolutely just remarkable, would be one way to put it.
That's how they're
it's good to be an engineer.
That's how they're holding on to the talent, not because they have a more open workplace and we're going to let you do what you want and all these things. No, it's that, okay, you get to own a
piece of the company. And the crazy thing is, never before have you seen really the amount of dollars that are being given to some of these AI engineers.
It's more than 100 million, right? That's the headline we've heard.
Some of these numbers are
multiples bigger than that.
By the way, they're like NBA players.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Right. A lefty with a good. They can also hit.
Tell all your kids to become they're in college to become AI engineers.
But it's still It's not something you would assume that instead of buying the companies that are going to be selling into all that capital expenditures from the big Mag 7, you buy the people that are actually spending the money instead of the ones that are benefiting from supplying the
They're just giving money, not stock.
Yeah.
They're giving money, they're not giving, and
that's enough of a reason.
It is crazy. We're sitting here today, and after yesterday's earnings pop, Facebook is a $2 trillion company. Growing. What did earnings grow yesterday? I think top line grew like 20 or something like that. So not only are they're making investments, but they're seeing margins increase as well. The DAU count at Facebook is absolutely incredible. I think the best way to play AI is go buy the big hyperscalers yourself. And they're not crazy expensive on an earnings multiple.
Just trying to see how do they use AI to leverage, I guess that everyone uses it differently to leverage their own business, their businesses.
Okay, here's a question for you. Who pays down the road? What are the iterations? Because this stuff is really expensive. I heard recently that there's a healthcare company that doctors work for, that this healthcare company wants the doctors to pick up part of the expense for the AI agent to make them more efficient. And the doctors are mad, obviously, about what happens with this. It gets to that question of who does pay for the expense of bringing the artificial intelligence on board. It's not cheap. It's going to hurt margins if you don't have a way to offset it.
And several people could argue it's going to be commoditized. Yeah. Well, you might argue, how has Google become the cash printing machine it has? The advertising business, obviously. Who pays for the ads? At the end of the day, it's probably consumers. Although on the flip, you could argue prices. That means prices should go up and things like that. I think people always overestimate technological change in the near term, and they always underestimate it long term. We just believe this is like the internet bubble all over again, where this stuff is going to completely revolutionize the world over the next 20 years. It's just we are probably still in the 1999, 2000.
And then the question is, how do you pick the winners and losers now? Because it was not clear then. It
was not clear then, which means it's probably not actually clear now. I do think there is another interesting thing. So I was with a retired CEO earlier this week of a large consumer goods company, and he's on the board of a bunch of big companies. And I asked him, are you now starting to see, the AI, they'll get board report, are you now starting to see real ROI from some of these AI projects, like internal. And he said they are now, it's some of the boards he's on in dribs and drabs, not widespread yet. They are starting to see like real ROI with this stuff.
Do you think the market follows suit? And if we're in 1999, that there's a 2001 coming?
Everybody sure seems bullish. And one of my dear friend Steve Cohen from Point72 and SAC always says, if you ask 10 of the smartest hedge fund managers or go ask 50 people on the street where the market's going, and if, 48 of them say one thing and 2 says the other thing,
go with the 2?
Go with the 2. And if you do that over and over again, you'll probably make money. It just seems that, as Ed Yardeni has said, the market just keeps grinding higher. Yeah. I don't know. And I think what will make it pop is something that nobody's, I have no clue what it is. You guys don't. I don't know. It just seems like we're a little complacent
Jesse
right now.
Livermore said it before anyone. He still jumped, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Green. Leading edge. I don't know if he jumped. He did something to end everything early. But
coming up, it's in the book, 1929. There you go.
What was his
Thanks
real
for
name?
the tease.
Edward Lefevre, I think.
I'm not going to tell everybody what happened.
Everybody knows what his real name is.
Oh, yes.
Jesse, what, Edward Lefevre?
No.
Or his real name was Jesse Livermore, and he wrote under a pseudonym.
No. Edward's a real person who wrote the book about him. That's what actually. But a lot of people think that it was really him.
Can you tell me how he offed himself?
I'll tell you during the commercial break.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of over 50 low-cost ETFs is backed by 150 years of active management expertise. Explore PGIM ETFs today.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime for Easter and streaming on.
Or getaway today.
Here to hunt.
Check out shares of Moderna this morning. The company reported a narrower loss than expected. Revenue fell 41% over the prior year to $142 million, but that was above estimates. Moderna lowering the high end of its sales outlook for the full year, and that's due to the timing of deliveries. The stock, we should mention, down more than 5% in early trade, just a little over that right now.
All right, all-time high? Who wants to Give it to me.
Oh, goodness.
700?
464.
Oh, 464. I looked it up yesterday and I forgot
464.
It was 2021, 2020, 2021.
Stocks are much safer than Bitcoin, just so you know. 464 to 28.
That's why most people say invest in the S&P 500 or broad.
No, but you know what I mean.
Not that the S&P 500 didn't drop to
Look,
666.
Gordon Gekko said it.
it
Becomes, perception becomes reality. Briefly.
All right, when we come back, President Trump is giving pharma companies 60 days to cut drug prices or face consequences. Former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb will weigh in right after this break. And later, don't miss our exclusive interview with Exxon CEO Darren Woods. Squawk Box will be right back.
It's about political points. It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader. Put your money where your mouth is.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life
Connection
insurance
lost.
policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
A key July jobs report. Is trade uncertainty impacting the economy and the labor market? What the data could mean for future rate cuts, employment numbers, and analysis. Squawk Box, today 8:30 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
All right, President Trump ordering pharma companies to lower drug prices in the United States over the next 60 days. Joining us right now to talk about this and changes at the FDA, plus much more, is former FDA Commissioner Scott Gottlieb. He's also a CNBC contributor and a board member of both Illumina and Pfizer. And Scott, let's talk through what this might mean. This is a strict letter. President Trump tried to do this in the first Trump administration with an executive order that the courts struck down. How likely is this to get some pickup from the industry? Do you think they'll go along with it?
Look, I think this is a good starting point for the industry to have discussions with the administration. The president clearly is focused on this issue. He has been through 2 terms right now. This sense that there is unfairness between the United States and our Western allies, mostly in Europe, who are paying much less for pharmaceuticals in the U.S. I think it's a fundamental issue of fairness for him. He tried to do this through a regulation in the first term, through a demonstration project at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. That was struck down. In the second term, he's begun to try to do that again. I think this may be an indication that they're having difficulty coming up with a regulatory framework that's going to pass judicial review. And so they're looking to do it through negotiation and a little bit of jawboning. I think this is a good starting point. They recognized in the letter that the president put out that this should apply prospectively, meaning that companies can't go back and renegotiate the prices that they've already established in a lot of these countries. So he's saying that he wants companies to do this on a prospective basis, basically for new drug launches within the commercial and the Medicare market. The one piece of this I think is going to be very difficult for the companies is that he wants the companies to offer the MFN price, the most favored nation price, day one within the Medicaid program. That's not necessarily going to benefit patients. It will benefit states by lowering their drug spending. But that's going to be very difficult in terms of the revenue hit to companies. In many cases, the difference between the MFN price, depending on how you calculate that, and the letter doesn't specify that, and the prices paid in Medicaid could be substantial for some single-source drugs. Ultimately, and my final point here would be, I think we need to move towards some type of tiered pricing globally, where you basically price drugs based on the wealth of nations, and you have different prices for low, middle, and high-income nations, because a country like Germany, with a GDP per capita of 54,000 per person, it can pay a lot more than Vietnam with a GDP per capita of 4,000. So I think we do need to price public health goods to what countries can pay and their wealth ultimately. But this is a good starting point.
That sounds like something that the United States Trade Representative would have to enforce. Are you suggesting that what we get out of this is not lower prices in the United States, but higher prices in other developed countries?
Well, I think it's both. And the president, in those letters that he sent, was very clear that he wants prices in the U.S. to come down if prices in Europe and other nations are going to go up, and they did commit that the trade representative and other entities within the U.S. would support companies. That's going to be critical. There was a moment in time where we tried to negotiate some of these provisions into free trade agreements. It got into the FTA with Australia and South Korea as well. I think we need to go back to that, where the U.S. trade apparatus is willing to support companies that try to push back on some of these pricing authorities globally. But the president was clear in the letter that he would expect that if the United States does support manufacturers in being able to raise their prices overseas, that would mean lower prices in the U.S. Now, ultimately, how you measure that would be difficult, but I think there are ways that you could probably look at that over the long run. But, I think in terms of where the administration's position has been and what we knew the president wanted to do, there were some things in this letter that I think were some thoughtful, frankly, concessions on the part of the administration, particularly that provision about looking at this mostly on a prospective basis for new drug launches, with the exception of within the Medicaid program. The one piece of this I think could immediately impact consumers, and the industry has been having discussions with the administration about this, is offering some kind of portal, some kind of online portal, a direct-to-consumer portal, where companies would agree to sell to consumers directly, for those who are underinsured or uninsured, drugs at MFN-type pricing for heavily rebated drugs. And in those instances, probably the ex-U.S. prices are pretty close to the U.S.-based prices once you factor in all the rebates that are paid in the U.S. And so that's something that could provide some immediate savings to certain consumers.
That might work. Scott, I'm just trying to historically figure out how we got in this mess and who's to blame. I mean, the first time someone over in Europe suggested that they were going to start controlling prices, who went along with that? Was our government asleep, or FTC or trade regulator? Did the companies just allow themselves to be taken advantage of just to continue to be able to sell abroad? Or how did we let this happen to us, so now we're in this position. It should have never happened in the first place. How did it happen?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of all the above. U.S. authorities let other countries put in place these price control regimes and didn't support manufacturers in pushing back against those. And it's hard to do if you're a private company.
Whose administration was that? When was that happening?
Yeah, when did Most Favored Nation?
Yeah, I mean, that really happened over, I would say, the late 1990s and early 2000s. A lot of these regimes went in. Some of them went in earlier than that. If you look at countries like the UK, Germany started to put these really draconian provisions in place probably in the mid-2000s. But the bottom line is, if you're selling a pharmaceutical product, number one, you want to price it to what the market can pay, because these are public health goods. And also, these cost very little to manufacture. That's just the bottom line. The cost of goods is very low. And so if you can still eke out a profit in Germany, selling it at 50% of the price you can gain in the U.S., that's still profit to be had. So companies are going to try to sell as much as they can to as many countries as they can, based on what those markets are willing to pay. I think if the USTR is willing to step in here and really support manufacturers in pushing back against some of these regimes and make this a component of how they negotiate overall trade agreements, the U.S. administration, I think we can make some real progress here. And I think this letter, frankly, was a good starting point. I was surprised yesterday by the negative reaction in the markets relative to where the president has been. This is no surprise. And I think they did make some thoughtful movements here, the one being looking at this just on a prospective basis for most drugs. That's going to allow companies to go into these markets now and say, we're launching this drug at a world price, take it or leave it. And then you're going to need the support of the U.S. government to make sure they don't compulsory license that medicine.
Scott, let's switch gears. We had Dr. Marty Makary here, the current head of the FDA, earlier this week. One of the things we brought up with him is what's happening with gene therapy, other innovative therapies and drugs that are out there, because there have been some concerns, particularly around what we saw with Sarepta. What are you hearing?
Well, look, there's been about 4 recent situations with respect to gene therapy in particular, and things that went through that biologics center where you saw a recent departure of the head of that center that surprised not just, I think, the markets and consumers, but also the companies. And you saw them put out statements, and I think you referenced this in that interview, where companies, the CEOs said, we were surprised, we felt basically the rug was pulled out from us at the 11th hour. You don't typically see companies come out and make statements like that unless they really think the rules were changed on them. I think the larger story here has been just the degradation at the agency in terms of departures. That biologics center has seen 106 departures since the beginning of the year. That's on top of about 150 RIFs that were also part of that center. If you look at the drug center, they lost about a third of the reviewers that review breast and gynecological cancer products. They lost more than half of the group that reviews malignant heme products. They've seen 473 departures of medical reviewers, voluntary departures, on top of about 600 RIFs. That's more than 20% of that center. So you're seeing a hollowing out of the scientific staff at the FDA, and that's starting to impact early reviews. When you talk to the companies, and I do talk to a lot of small companies, I work at a venture capital firm, they're starting to say that the feedback that they're getting from the agency and their ability to engage with the agency, have meetings, are not as robust as they used to be. Things that used to be meetings in the past where you'd get verbal feedback now are written response only and things like that. Bio actually did a survey of its members, and they quantified this. They haven't put out the results of that survey yet, but they're quantifying on a systematic basis that the quality and the pace of the interactions that early companies have with the agency has gone down, which is not surprising given the scope of the departures and the firings that we've seen at FDA. It's going to have an impact. So there's rebuilding to be done right now at the agency.
Vinay Prasad leaving, does that improve the situation? Does it change the situation, or is it too late because these people have left and it's going to take a lot of time to rehire among those ranks?
Well, look, I think it's going to improve morale if you talk to people within that biologics center and how they felt about the leadership composition within that center. And it's going to, of course, depend on who they get in place. There's discussion that, that Kennedy, Secretary Kennedy, was supporting Vinay Prasad, and part of the concession that was made in terms of getting Kennedy to agree to his departure was that the vaccine group would be split out from the biologics center, and they would appoint a new head of that vaccine group, presumably someone who shares Secretary Kennedy's views about vaccines. I think that would be very destructive to the agency and further erode morale. So things like that are allowed to happen, where you get people who are anti-vaxxers, for example, to oversee the vaccine division. It doesn't just affect vaccine review, it affects the overall morale in the agency, where people in the agency who are scientists, who are dedicated to the public health mission of that organization, feel that there is, political meddling and intrusion in the decision-making, and that they can't exercise their scientific judgment because there's sort of preconceived notions about what the outcome should be. And that's a feeling that's permeating that agency right now when you talk to the rank and file. So I think we need to get back to basics with FDA and try to support the scientific decision-making of the staff and support recruiting good people into that agency and retaining them.
Dr. Scott Gottlieb is the former head of the FDA in the first Trump administration. Scott, thank you for talking this through with us. I know this is a conversation that will continue. We're watching it closely, and I know you are too. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
This is not English. Anyway, still to come, and we're counting down to 8:30. But you know what I mean. Still to come, we're counting down to 8:30. And the release, we've had so much other things to talk about.
I think we ran a little long.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. we're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything.
Like an elderly man's bank.
Or an expert plumber.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, job's done well. Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Well, she's not the easiest person to please. Right, Mama?
She needs things to be just right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do love her. That's my mug, isn't it?
But she needs a place of her own, and fast.
Thankfully, she's on Redfin. Redfin updates their listings every 2 minutes.
That means every 2 minutes, there's a chance we'll be back to having our porridge in peace.
Oh, wow. This one's just right.
Is she leaving? Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Coming up, robot shares have been on a tear, closing yesterday's session at a record high. The company's CEO is going to join us next in a first on CNBC interview after this.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen, now.
give your kids candy every morning and call it a vitamin, yet many kids' vitamins are filled with sugar, dyes, and gummy additives. Haya is different. Our Kids Daily Multivitamin is made with 15 essential vitamins and minerals, no sugar, no artificial dyes, just goodness. Haya comes with a refillable bottle and stickers to decorate. Then get fresh refills sent monthly on a pediatrician recommended schedule. Join more than 1 million parents who already switched to Haya and get 50% off your first order.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
That's your...
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Shares of Roblox, they have soared and were soaring yesterday, up, by the way, now up another 10% after the gaming platform beating earnings expectations, engagement numbers, also raised its annual forecast. Joining us right now is Dave Baszucki. He is Roblox's CEO, known as Builderman to me, though you don't really do the Builderman thing, I don't think, as much as you used to on the platform. David, it's good to see you, sir.
Great to see you, Andrew. Thanks for having me on.
So you blew past these numbers. You know, you guys have talked a long time about, trying to do 20% a year. This is a whole nother level. What's happening and what should investors be able to expect going forward at this point?
We've been sharing for a long time. We want to reinvent the way people build and consume games, and that there's enormous area for technical innovation in how creators can build games on our platform. Recently, we've seen more viral hits. Last summer, we were talking about Dress to Impress. This summer, we're talking about Growing a Garden, which I love. There's several gardeners in my own family. And we recently hit all-time highs, not just for Roblox, but for gaming around the world as a whole. A few weeks ago, Grow a Garden had over 20 million people playing at the same time, which makes its way into the Guinness Book of World Record. So we have amazing creators on the platform. It's not just Grow a Garden. There's over 5 experiences right now on Roblox that have 10 million people playing them every day. So it's part of our vision, which we've been saying. We believe there's an opportunity to reinvent how games are created. And we think someday 10% of global gaming content will run on Roblox.
So how much, I know about Grow a Game. I have a daughter who plays Dress to Impress. My question to you is, how hit-driven do you think your business is? And what do you need to do to the extent you want to create a consistent, not hit-driven business, just to make sure that the creators consistently come onto your platform and keep creating the hit games?
Yeah, I want to note that although hit-driven, even without Grow a Garden, our year-on-year growth would have been well above 20%, which is really great. And I also want to highlight all of the technology we're building on the platform, in a sense, is somewhat metaphorically similar to Grow a Garden. We're creating the great conditions for new viral hits to emerge. So it's why we raised our guidance. It's why we've shared that there's genres on Roblox like sports, like racing, like role-playing games, that we think with our continuous innovation and technology, we're going to see that growth as well. So we don't control the hits, but we do control the light, the fertilizer, and the watering for these hits to emerge.
So, David, Morgan Stanley came out with a new report. They, by the way, raised their price outlook in a big way, and they said that you are, quote, the next major entertainment platform. What do you think that means? I think a lot of people think of an entertainment platform as Netflix, perhaps. That would have been probably the last big one. But if we were to talk a couple of years from now, what do you think Roblox looks like, and how much mind share and how much time, if that's what you're competing for, time, do you own?
Well, we own a fair amount of time, and what's really fun and interesting about the time on our platform, which was over 9 billion hours spent per month, really, in the last quarter. That time is not solo time. That's not time scrolling at night with short-form video. That's time being with friends, and that's playing hide and go seek or dressing up or growing a garden. And so when we talk next entertainment platform, it's next social entertainment platform. It's a platform where you're together, where you're not lonely, where you're chatting about things with your friends, where you're doing things together. But we do believe this, there's a lot of room here. Once again, we're roughly in the 2.5% to 3% of the global gaming content space. We're on a mission to have 10%. So there's a lot of opportunity for growth. For example, in our last quarter, our over 13 DAUs grew at 64%. And that's an area where we're a lot less fully penetrated right now. So we think there's this 10% mission is really something we can achieve.
Well, you're the closest thing to the real version of the metaverse. My question before we go is, I saw something where you said recently that you could imagine a dating feature where people are paying effectively. Where people would be. You talked about communicating and chatting, but if people are going to start paying to have a dating feature, there could be all sorts of features like that, I would imagine, over time.
Yeah, and once again, this one obviously creates a lot of excitement in the news without fully explaining it. Look, we have ID requirements for 17 and up experiences. We're very thoughtful about who can communicate with who. But for those users who we really know are 17 and up, there's an opportunity for people to connect on the platform.
Depends on which state.
Why not 18 or up?
The way we would do dating is the way we do things in every other country, which is what is the typical norms in a country. So if we decided a dating app was 18 and up, we'd of course do it that way.
Okay. Well, 18's legal.
I can think of some countries. You don't do it for 13, I don't think, David. Just saying.
I don't think we would ever have a 13 and up dating app in any country anywhere in the world, but appreciate your guidance on that.
In the news every day.
We got to jump only because there's some news coming out from the Fed, but we want to thank you for joining us. Congratulations on a remarkable quarter, and we'll keep following your progress and look forward to talking to you.
Thank you all. It's been great to be here. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. In fact, that news just out from the Fed is on the Fed governors who dissented at this week's meeting. Steve Leisman joins us right now. He's got more on that front. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Governors Waller and Bowman continuing that tradition of explaining their dissents on the Friday after the meeting. And they're both saying why they wanted or preferred a quarter-point rate cut. Waller saying that tariffs are one-off price increases and do not cause inflation, echoing speeches he gave before the meeting. He said standard central banking practice is to, quote, look through price level effects. A host of data, he says, argues that monetary policy should be close to neutral, not restrictive. He cites GDP at 1.2% and the idea that expected to be softer for the rest of this year. He says inflation is close to target, quote, if we put aside tariff effects. And he believes they'll be temporary. Both he and Bowman are going to talk about that, this idea of an ex-tariff inflation calculation, including expected data revisions. Payroll growth is, quote, near stall speed. And there's downside risks to the labor market, and they have increased. And we should not wait until the labor market deteriorates before we close. And if we could just go right away, by the way, to the Bowman comments, she makes very similar remarks regarding this, where she says inflation has moved considerably closer to our target after excluding temporary effects of tariffs. Economic growth has slowed markedly, she says. Labor market showing increasing signs of fragility, and a neutral setting for policy is the right way to go. I'll leave it there, guys, except that she also says that a cut would have hedged against this weakness. So making cases, there are economic cases for cutting that are not crazy. There's some logic to it. And it's just a matter of this idea of tariffs being one-off price increases that the Fed should look through now, and how much real weakness you see in the labor market.
Well, and that was Joe's point. We're going to get a read on that at 8:30 with the jobs report. If there's more weakness in the jobs report than anticipated, that would bolster their case.
You still read Larry Lindsay when he publishes them? I'll send it to you. Larry Lindsay, the economist.
Once in a while. Not all the time.
It was just pretty interesting.
Smart guy, though.
Very smart, and talking about the surprise drop in import prices and how that works pre-tariff. When you exclude tariffs, even though service imports were up, you would think both of them would have been up because of a weaker dollar. You would think it would both. Right. And his point was it almost looks like exporters at this point are eating a lot of the tariffs, which is the whole idea of that in a perfect world, that's what you would hope would happen, right? And then you could actually say that the countries are actually paying the tariffs.
Joe, can I just give you a comment that we got? We know we do our CFO council meeting. I do a briefing to our CFOs every time before the Fed meeting. If you want to join that CFO council, you can listen to that briefing.
When is it?
It's at 9 o'clock with the Fed survey results. So we give them a briefing on the Fed survey
In the
results.
morning?
After we break it here on Squawk, we do it to the CFO council.
At 9 a.m.?
9 a.m.
That's like nap time.
Right away, right after the show. Boom, you're down. Okay, but here's the thing. One of them said to me, do you really think our suppliers, our distributors, have 15% of extra margin to give?
Yeah, but
are we really that bad in terms of looking for
it's not on the lowest? It's not on the price. It's not on what they're selling. It's on what's coming in. So if their markups are 300%, 400%, it's only on the wholesale price.
Whose markup?
But it still hurts your margin.
It hurts it a little bit. Like, okay,
it may not be
the tariff is on the wholesale price that the retailer's bringing in.
Okay, so if you are a high-end...
I think you're missing my point.
No, if you're bringing in something for $3 and you get a 15% tariff, and then, so what's that, $3.45, and you're selling it for $25 or whatever.
But the thing is, it's going, that's not a big deal if you're an Hermes or somebody who's doing it.
You're talking about the highest margin stuff. $3.25 is the craziest margin I've heard.
The point I was trying to make is just the Chinese supplier or the... Or does where is it 15% now? I don't even know. Let's say Europe or whatever. Yeah. Does the European supplier have 15% of extra margin to give to absorb the tariff? That's what this person was saying. Now, I've always maintained, Becky, that there are 4 points along the chain that could absorb some of the tariff.
Right, which means each of them is going to take a little bit of the hit. That's better. But if you're talking about grocery stores where your margins are 1% to 2%,
nothing.
That's all the way at the end of the chain.
Yeah.
There's the exporter, there's the importer, there's the retailer, any one of these things. Plus, Joe mentioned currency can also absorb some of this.
That has
There's a lot of places.
Dollar's been weaker.
There's a lot of places. But you also see, interestingly, in Bowman's comments, who said, if you take out the tariff effect, we're at 2.5% or lower PCE inflation. So she's telling us there's 0.3 percentage points at this point of inflation from tariffs.
So
is that a lot? Is that a little? Is there more to come?
So if you had a weak labor market and you got all this other stuff, you should cut.
If you feel confident that what's happening in inflation is not going to...
down the road, because the Fed's main road is
Listen to Becky quick.
Make sure they keep inflation from getting out of it.
Well,
Except that clearly the president thinks that he's about to create a problem.
I think, right.
I'm going to walk off and let you guys argue amongst yourselves.
He thinks that the problem will pay benefits in the long term, obviously, in a lot of...
Darren Woods is waiting for us. So
Joe, I'm playing Unbroken Chain at Jerry Jam this weekend. We're celebrating Jerry Garcia.
Who sings?
I sing it.
You try to be Phil Lesh.
I really work hard on those vocals. He's such a genius. He's such a genius.
I can imitate
maybe Joe
him.
can help him.
Yeah, we'll be at Jerry Jam out on the island.
Not a genius anymore, but
celebrating Jerry Garcia. I think his birthday is today.
What's the creature?
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, Jerry.
The creature.
You know, it's about his dad dying of cancer.
Oh,
that's what the creature.
That's terrible.
What is that sound?
Oh no, sorry, that's Boxer Rain. My bad. That's Boxer Rain. Wrong song.
You know how they did that?
No, but I remember when I was in high school, we listened to it over and over and over.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely on, and one place to manage it all. Whatever the stage, businesses that grow with Shopify.
The recipe for a long, healthy life? It starts with gently cooking our food to give your dog the nutrients they need without the ultra-processing. Get 50% off your first box only at thefarmersdog.com.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Before I see if this guy is dating material, I have to check his phone while he watches helplessly somewhere.
Feeling pretty confident. I feel good. I literally have nothing to hide.
I like that he has a hiking app, very outdoorsy. Oh no, gross. He budgets with his notes app.
Don't even worry about that.
He could just use Rocket Money. It suggests budgets and helped me find so many subscriptions that I forgot about. It saved me a ton of money.
I'll download Rocket Money. Just give me a shot.
Welcome back, everybody. ExxonMobil beating earnings and revenue estimates for the second quarter. That stock right now up by about half a percentage point. And joining us in an exclusive interview is ExxonMobil's chairman and CEO, Darren Woods. Darren, first of all, thank you for being with us today. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, Becky. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, so let's jump into the numbers here. Earnings have come down for all of the major oil companies. That's because oil prices have come down pretty substantially, but production has increased substantially, and that's probably why you beat expectations today, I'm guessing.
Yeah, if you look what's happened, you're right. As commodity prices move, everybody moves with it. A low tide, all boats fall, and high tides, all boats rise. One of the things that we're real proud of, if you look at the impact that pricing have had on the drop in earnings, we've offset more than half of that with improved production, a better mix of production, higher value products, and significant structural cost reductions. And so the things that we can control, the business is delivering on and having a really positive impact on our earnings. So as the market kind of moves up and down, I think we're offering a very stable, consistent value proposition to our investors and our shareholders.
Where do you see oil prices headed over the next 12 months? I know you don't have a crystal ball, but you guys certainly have a better idea than we do.
Well, I would say if you look first at the demand side of the equation, demand is very strong around the world. So very good demand for transportation, fuels and products, crude, high demand for chemicals. The challenge has been supply, which has been putting pressure on pricing. OPEC continues to unwind some of its production. And so as you look going forward, depending on what happens with demand and depending on what happens, frankly, with who's all out in the market producing with respect to some of the national oil companies, we could see the market go longer in the back end of the year. Frankly, we're prepared for that. If you look at where prices are at today, they're higher than the basis that we had in our plans as we developed our go-forward investments. And so we're prepared for a lower environment. We expected a lower price environment, and there's potential that could manifest itself at the back half of the year.
If that happens, I guess you're saying that the dividend is safe, the share buybacks are safe. Just that's what investors are worried about. If you've got a strong balance sheet to make sure.
Yeah, we are. We tested. We do the plan. We have an outlook on price. We recognize that we can't predict where prices are going to go. We always, as we develop our business and investment scenarios, test them against some extreme cases. We ran our plan through a scenario that frankly had pricing that was worse than COVID, and we had a very robust financial situation there. Obviously, we're always going to meet our dividend and could continue with our buyback program. So we feel very, very confident that today and for any reasonable forecast to where prices could go, that those distributions are very safe.
Okay. I mean, that's like stress testing, your own form of stress testing like the banks do too.
Absolutely.
Darren, let's talk a little bit about the Hess arbitration, because we haven't had you on camera to talk about this since that deal went through a couple weeks ago. You lost in arbitration. What happened? Was that a huge shock to you, the reading that came back?
Yeah, I would tell you we were very surprised. I think as you and I talked about that morning, I was surprised. If you remember when we talked about this in the past, Exxon negotiated and co-wrote with Shell the agreement, the operating agreement for Guyana. We understood the intent of that document, and we firmly believe that the language in the document conveyed that intent. As we went into the arbitration, we went back to the folks who negotiated. We went back and talked to Shell about it, had them review the language and our position on that. We engaged third-party lawyers and experts in the industry, and literally all those folks that we had review the language and our position reaffirmed that we had the right and, frankly, that we would prevail in this challenge. So we were very surprised when it came out. If you read the finding, they state we had a reasonable, commercially valid position, but in the end of the day, they sided with a more narrow interpretation of the text. It is what it is. We're moving on from that. That morning, I reached out to both Mike and John and congratulated them on the win. Obviously, it wasn't something that we were looking for, but I think it's time to move forward and continue on the business. As you know, the implication for us, frankly, is that Hess moves on and Chevron takes Hess's place. So our operation with respect to Guyana is unchanged.
Yeah, I spoke with Mike Wirth about it last night. He talked about how they've been able to hit the ground running because they had more time because of that arbitration to get things ready to go. They're going to be doing the synergies they'd anticipated in the first year in 6 months. I asked him actually if he was grateful to you for slowing that down so they could be ready to hit the ground. He said no comment. He did chuckle.
Yeah. Well, that was probably the nicest thing you could say, so I'll take it.
Well, it does bring up, you guys are partners not only there but in other places. He said partnership is core to Chevron. I know you have said similar things. Will it, you guys have been competitors for forever, I guess, going all the way back to Standard Oil over a century breaking up. How do you get along with those situations? Will it work in Guyana and other places?
Yeah, I think maybe one of the factors that's not appreciated for our industry is it is fierce competition in a commodity business. It is hard knuckle competition, which I think is good. It makes all of us better. But at the same time, we're partners all around the world, and so I think what's very different for other industries, you have to learn to walk in balance between, on the one hand, being partners and working closely together, and on the other hand, fiercely competing. And I think the industry has a very, very long history of successfully doing that. If you look at how our organizations work together, both with Hess and Chevron throughout this arbitration, really good collaboration, continued excellent partnership, and working everywhere we do business around the world together in our ventures. And so I'm confident that that's going to be the path that we go forward on. We're all aligned on we want to make these ventures successful, and so I have no doubt that we'll continue to have a constructive partnership and continue to work together to grow value all around the world where we're in partnerships and joint ventures.
Hey, Darren, the EPA is proposing to revoke that 2009 endangerment finding, which, put like carbon dioxide, ubiquitous gas, trace amounts, put it in, it actually classified it as climate pollution that was dangerous to humans, and it was always, people kind of scratch their head. At this point, they're going to revoke that, and it would certainly help certain industries, power plants, emission standards, things like that. It would be a massive deregulation. Would it change any of your capital spending plans? Would you be afraid to think it's going to last forever because in 3.5 years, President AOC could bring it back or something? Would you not act on it, or would it actually help your industry or change how you look at the future of what you do?
Yeah, let me answer that in two buckets. The first bucket was, if you look at the business that we're in with respect to sequestering carbon capture and storage, which, by the way, all the investments that we're making in that business, Joe, are generating returns on average of about 15%. They're very competitive in our portfolio. So these are investments that generate returns and compete with capital. They are not a function of this endangerment finding, so they're unrelated. If you then look at what we're doing in our operations where we're trying to reduce methane emission leaks, that's less about was certainly not driven by the endangerment finding, but more about our responsibility as an operator. I've always believed if you produce something, you keep it in the pipes. And so if we're developing methane and natural gas in the Permian, we have a responsibility to make sure that we keep that production contained and find sources of leaks and repair them. And we're going to continue to do that.
So it'll still be, you think you'd still get returns if it became less of a priority to, as far as emissions go, you would expect the carbon capture sector of your business to continue to generate returns like that, even if it becomes less of a priority for the entire world?
Well, it's not driven by an endangerment finding. It's driven by, we have 7 customers now who are paying to have us sequester the CO2. It's driven by businesses who are deciding to reduce their emissions. So
they might not be doing that as much there, and they might not have the, if the government's not breathing down their back.
They might not, Joe. I'm not going to make a decision for all of them. What our job is to, Joe, basically what we're doing is taking our capabilities and trying to meet the demand of customers. There is a demand for that today. We're generating returns doing it. It is, one of the beauties of the approach that we're taking is it's very consistent with our core.
All right, let me get my YOLO set up.
Try to start brand new businesses.
My YOLO.
We're basically leveraging the capabilities and technologies that we currently have in-house to help address the need that people are willing to pay for.
To ETF to YOLO. Oh, there we go.
Find thoughtful, efficient, effective ways to reduce emissions. And the paradigm I think many people are trapped in is that you've got to give something up to do that. And our view is you can do both. We took lead out of gasoline. We took sulfur out of diesel to address environmental impacts. This is just another example.
Conflating all the other useful things.
All right, I'm all ready. Ready to gamble. Let's go. 7 minutes.
Maybe not.
Well, I think the ability for the world to get to net zero today doesn't exist. There's not the right policy.
The whole rationale might not exist. No, I know, but I'm talking about the actual scientific fact rationale.
Yeah, we don't have a business based on net zero, so I don't know that it's particularly relevant to what we're trying to do here.
The same trend we're talking about.
Hey, Jared, let me just jump in and ask before we run out of time. The EU has made this promise to spend $250 billion a year on American energy every year. First of all, is that possible? Because I think they spent something like $70 billion back in 2024. And secondly, how does that fit in with all that we've talked about in the past in terms of European regulatory issues that you all have run into there?
Yeah, so very quickly on the demand side of the equation. I haven't done the balances, but frankly, trade deals I don't think create new demand in the world. Frankly, what happens is you reshuffle where the supply is coming from, and so I often think about the world supply. It's round, things move around, gets repositioned. That's how I generally think about it. Maybe you unlock some additional economic activity and incrementally increase some demand, but this is really about where the supply is coming from. And from our perspective, global prices are set based on that broader supply and logistics equation. So I don't think too hard about those types of commitments, frankly. On the regulation side, I hope that the negotiations that the Trump administration is having with the EU is addressing this extraterritorial legislation that they recently passed. Last time I was on the show, I talked to you about this Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. What that basically says, if any company sells into any part of a company sells into Europe.
Well, make sure not to trade on your funded. Today's T1 data, so don't touch your funded. And don't touch Trade A. You can't trade T1 data on Trade A.
Selling into Europe and being forced to comply with EU climate regulations, even if they're for businesses that aren't even located in Europe or in fact selling in Europe.
Like the digital services.
As the Trump administration deregulates U.S. businesses to make business more effective and efficient, it's at the same time piling on EU climate regulations, which is going to make us less globally competitive. It's It's going to get us tied up in European bureaucratic red tape. And frankly, if they judge that you're not in compliance, there are bone-crushing penalties associated with it. So I'm very, very hopeful. I know we've talked to the administration many times about this, that they do something to address that extraterritorial legislation, which frankly, it's some of the worst legislation I've seen come out of Europe.
I mean, it's very similar. Yeah, it's similar to what we just heard from Dr. Scott Gottlieb, just talking about how, you know, the pharmaceutical stuff is going to be the same sort of issues, that these pharmaceutical companies were beholden to the prices that were there. Yours is different because you're right, it would be your whole business would be beholden to whatever the EU decides to do. But these are much bigger issues for the USTR and for trade issues to be taken on. But Darren, we appreciate your time with us this morning. Thanks for coming on your morning of your earnings. And it looks like right now the stock is up by about 0.6%. Thanks, Darren.
Thank you, Bex. Nice seeing you. Good talking to you, Joe.
Good talking to you, Darren. I'm with you, my man. I'm with you. I'm trying to help.
Still to come, folks. The July jobs report, our expert panel ready to go.
Look at Daddy. We got this. This better not suck like FMOC. Hope we don't. And then we can go long at open or something.
New ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley. This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
You okay in there? Consumer cellular notes there are a lot of offers flying around, but they slip away too fast. We don't play games. What you see is what you get. No hot air, just plans starting at $20.
Good luck, boys. We got this. Alright, NQ on a 3 minutes looks like it's got a fade going down. So I hope we don't.
Fancy prettiness into a classy looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Hi, I'm regional commercial actor Neil Patrick Harris. I love Rise Mushroom Coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it. Hello there. I also like the improved focus and all-day energy. Plus, it's easy on the stomach. That's because we use only the best organic mushrooms, like stumpy warthog, bird in the bushes, and found a hair in marsupius.
Alright, what do we got left? We got 10 seconds.
Drink it cold or hot.
I'll do it in 4 seconds. No, 5 seconds. Holy shit, it's already moving. What the fuck? Come on. Done. Oh, what a dumb. Wow. I think I passed. I think I passed. Let me check my login. Holy shit. Yo, that was fun. Ooh, yo, Kite. You're right, it did dump. Holy shit. Yeah, I passed. Now it's got to flip for 4 days. See? Let's go, boys. Alright, I'll get off the mic now. I gotta go poop. Bye.
Non-farm pay set, 44,000. Now, the revisions, here's a biggie. The 2-month revision, minus 258,000. That is a biggie, Average hourly earnings on month-to-month basis come in as expected, up 0.3. And if we look at year-over-year perspective, up 3.9. That's important. That's a 1/10 higher than expected, 0.2 higher than the 3.7 in the rearview mirror. And that 3.7 was the lowest year-over-year earnings rate going back to mid-21. If we look at the hours worked at 34.3. That's up a 1/10. That's a good thing. The unemployment rate moves up a 1/10. It moves up a 1/10 from 4.1 to 4.2. And this makes it the 1, 2, 3, the fourth 4.2 read of the year. To find a higher reading, you're going way back. You're going all the way back to October of 21 when it was 4.5. Now, if we look at labor force participation, comes in a 1/10 light, 62.2. That's a 1/10 light in the rearview mirror and expectations. 62.2. To find a lower number, you're going back to the end of 22. And finally, the underemployment rate, which is called U6. That 4.2 is called U3. 7.9 on the underemployment rate. That would equal where we were in March. To find a higher one, you're going to February. What's the market doing? The market and interest rates is moving lower. Why is it moving lower? Because of the big revision would be my guess, and maybe partially due to the light non-farm, but it is the revision. We have moved down quite a bit. We're at 432 now. Pre-number, we were hovering around 439-ish. And if you look at where we settled last week in a 10, it was at 439. So we're now down about 7 basis points on the week. A 2-year last week closed at 393. It is now down 10 basis points, and that's after closing at the highest level yesterday in the short end since mid-June, of course, of this year. Pre-opening equities, they're moving a bit lower, but they haven't made new lows in the Dow futures yet, so we want to monitor that. Joe and the gang, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I'm not on Truth Social, but I'm waiting. We're going to hear something about too late, are we not? It's imminent. But this gives everybody, something, though, Rick. It gives people that hate the tariffs are killing the economy. People that want interest rates to come down, see, I told you so. The labor market's weakening and there's no inflation. This is going to give everybody on both sides of all the issues just a bunch of stuff that they're going to point to as evidence. I'm waiting for Steve's take. He's working on it right now. He's typing.
I don't get all the minutia. I get to gloss over what just comes across the wires. But one thing I will throw out there, one of the key factors of this administration has been trying to pare down the size of government. So government hiring is included in this report. So to see non-farm payrolls lower, to see revisions, shouldn't be all that shocking, at least in terms of how much government roles have played in these numbers. Need to point that out. In terms of the unemployment rate, 4.2, that's definitely an uptick, but still, historically speaking, well-behaved. Those are my 2 cents.
The trouble is that there were massive revisions, it seems to me, in the private sector, Rick. That's really one of the big issues.
Oh, yeah, and that's what I don't get to see the detail on.
Yeah, I can tell you that right now. I think the private sector, I don't have the number in front of me, was something like 78,000 last month. That was revised down to 3,000.
Whoa. So
we can say at this moment, the job market is substantially weaker than we believed. At 8:29 and 59
You have to really believe inflation is coming back to not think that maybe Waller and Bowman are right.
It has long been the contention.
I won't say Trump was right. I'll say Waller and Bowman. I'll give you some people that you...
Joe, I don't really care. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. It is long believed, those who said the Fed will cut when there is substantial and obvious weakness in the job market. I believe even the Fed chair has said that.
Is it here?
I think it's here. And it's here in part because you have to believe that there's a systematic overstatement on the monthly basis of the jobs number. In fact, Waller alluded to that in his dissent comment where he said that if you take in revisions, he almost gave us a heads up on it, but I know what he was talking about. He was talking about already public data. If you look at the revisions, the job market may be weaker than we thought. So
can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is there a reason to think that our inflation numbers are better than the job data?
Becky, what are you, the person with the salt looking for the wound and then you pour the salt in there? I cannot sit here and defend the data the way it is. There are very smart bipartisan groups of people who think the government is doing a terrible job now in terms of reducing the staff. We are imputing or estimated more and more data than we have in the past. So yes, it is likely the inflation data is also going to be subject to similar revisions, as well as I don't know what the response rate is right now in the jobs surveys.
Without any instruments.
Well, put it this way, it's a bit like saying I'm going to use 2/3 of my instruments rather than all of my instruments to try to fly the plane. And it used to be a quarter or 10%. What's that?
I don't want to be on that.
Well, you're on that plane, Becky. But real quickly, I'm looking at modest declines in the private sector. I don't see anything big, nothing double digits. It's like -1, -7. Private service was up 96,000. That's good. But manufacturing, to get to Rick's point, I have it here having been down 3 months in a row. 26 and 11 is 37,000 jobs lost in the manufacturing sector over the last 3 months. So whatever is happening on that tariff front, which was supposed to help manufacturing, has not, as of yet, seemed to have helped. It's just right now we need to be very careful that we do have a job market that is substantially weaker than we thought. And then we'll get to the guests, and I'll tell you what's happened to the Fed probabilities. I need to calculate that.
All right, let's get to our panel. E.J. Anthony, Chief Economist at Heritage, Natasha Sarin, Yale Professor and President of the Budget Lab, former Treasury official under President Biden, and Sarah Malik, Chief Investment Officer and Head of Equities and Fixed Income at Nuveen. We still got Steve and Rick with us as well. Natasha, I was trying to figure out what your take would be, and I guess probably orange man bad, tariffs are awful. Is that where we are, basically?
Yeah. So, Joe, I think you know this well. Going into this week, the Fed had an unfortunate timing because it had to make a choice ahead of getting a whole lot of new data. And now we have the data, and the data tell us that the choice is going to be hard ahead because, as Becky was pointing out, the inflation data, you're starting to see the impact of tariffs pretty substantially. Durable goods inflation, which are the sectors of the economy that are most impacted by the tariffs, saw a 1.7 percentage point increase in inflation over the course of this year. That's the highest uptick they've seen in any 6-month period, absent the pandemic, since the 1980s. And then on the sort of flip side, you got this jobs report that was showing and the June report actually was already starting to show signs of cooling in the labor market, but those signs have continued and gotten stronger as a result of this report. Yeah. And now you're in a challenging moment because the Fed's dual mandate, it's inflation and it's employment, and both pieces aren't looking that good. And indeed, to your point, it's because of the fact that these tariffs are really a drag on the economy, just like my colleagues and I at the Yale Budget Lab have modeled.
It sounds SF-y, what is it? SF,
sure, I want to interrupt real quick.
Go ahead.
We have now a 75% probability of a September rate cut. That's up from 44% for 45%, and a 71% or 72% probability of a December rate cut. That's up from 44%.
Would this qualify for an emergency cut or no?
I don't think so. I think that as long as the market prices it in and is clear where the Fed is going, the Fed will be happy. And you could also, by the way, jawbone a rate cut by comment. We have Jackson Hole coming up.
Right.
It may not cause an emergency rate cut. EJ, it may cause an emergency Truth Social post.
All caps.
About too late pals. I think. Don't you think?
Oh, and it's going to be in all caps. Get ready for it. It's going to be quite long. There's a couple things we got to remember as we look at this data. One is the fact that these massive downward revisions are not new to this year. The idea that somehow this is because of staffing shortages doesn't explain why we had the massive downward revisions for the last 4 years. Basically, this is a post-COVID data collection problem when it comes to the jobs numbers. In fact, just earlier this week, we got the quarterly business employment dynamics report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and sure enough, that showed that 2024 has another massive overestimation of the number of non-farm payrolls. So next year, when we get the annual benchmark report for that 12-month period from March to March, we're going to see another huge annual downward revision. And that's on top of the existing month-to-month downward revisions that we've already had and that we clearly continue to have. So again, the idea that somehow there's something wrong with the data and it just started this year, that's not really new. Again, this is a post down 84,000. So they're clearly making good progress in terms of cutting the bureaucracy.
Great. Okay, Sarah, I promise I'll get to you, Sarah. I promise it. But I'm going to let Rick start talking, and I can't control what Leisman does, but I promise I'm going to get to you. Rick?
Yeah, listen, Anthony hit on something key. And I'm not saying that this data may or may not reflect some of the tariff issues, but we don't really know, because one of the big things that happened, as Anthony pointed out, is the seasonal adjustment process, not only on this data, but on lots of data, is in question. Surveys, whether it's University of Michigan, all of these things are under review in this new time we live in. And in terms of the staffing, all I know is if you look at staffing pre-2020 compared to today, your answers are going to be much more tightly wound than some of the numbers were thrown out there. In other words, just because we've had jumps and now we're retracting on some of the actual headcount here doesn't mean it's responsible for this. So in the end, where we go off the rails is that we try to politicize the interpretation of data. We've had a long timeline of a positive labor market, and the slowing isn't shocking anybody. So trying to divine exactly what the catalyst is for these numbers and these huge revisions, well, yes, some might be tariffs, but exactly to what extent, we do not really know yet.
All right, let's get some investment advice. What would this cause you to do, Sarah?
Well, Joe, before I get to the markets, I want to talk about the importance of this private payrolls number. Before the revisions for last month, private payrolls came in at 74,000, which was already down about half from the month before. So seeing that downward revision to 3,000, I think, is very worrying for the U.S. economy. Now, this miss and also this downward revision is piling on top of three other factors that the market's dealing with. That's rhetoric around the Fed and what's going on there with the dissent. Also, tech stock earnings, which have been underwhelming, ending with Amazon and Apple last night. And of course, tariffs now coming in at a baseline of 15%, which gets you very close, if not to a recession. So that, I think, is all why the market is going to continue to react poorly here. You mentioned the silver lining, which is what is the Fed going to do? Let's go back to September 2024, when we got that 50 basis point surprise rate cut. That came after 3 months of disappointing double-digit payroll gains. So if that September number comes in poorly again for payrolls, the question is the Fed going to only cut by 25, or could they cut by 50 basis points?
Really? Can you?
That's an interesting
not in Fed
question.
Funds, is it? That's not. Can you? Is that reflected?
I can reflect that. I can reflect that. I can reflect that with a number, which is I don't see a bid right now on the 50.
On the 50. Natasha,
there's a 36% probability that by October it'll be 50 down.
do you think you think once again the Fed is too little, too late, Natasha, or not? You're not of that.
I think that the challenge that the Federal Reserve is navigating through is that the labor market has, I agree, it's cooled, and there have been signs that it's been cooling over the course of the last months. But unemployment, even now, and we said this, is at what, 4.2? And that is higher than it was before. But it is actually a strong labor market that gave the Federal Reserve a fair bit of time to kind of wait and see how this tariff uncertainty was going to evolve and reflect into inflation before it made choices on rates. I think the challenge, like I said, is that inflation is also not moving in the direction that you would like it to if you have a cooling labor market and want to be thinking about cutting. And to a thing Sarah said, I think even if we don't get a recession or a major downturn, and that is, incredibly hard to predict, what we know is happening is that as a result of tariffs at these levels, Joe, that are they're like 8 times what they were when President Trump took office, you're in a situation where you're cutting 0.5 percentage points from GDP each year. That's like $150 billion. That's a very significant loss to our economy and a very significant loss to payrolls, we think on the order of 500,000 employees a year, which is kind of what you're starting to see reflected in the data. So I think a lot of damage has already been done, and frankly, my vote for how to undo it is to revert back from some of these incredibly high tariff rates, but it looks like the president is going in the opposite direction.
I thought you were going to say it was revert back to the Biden presidency.
Can we just ask this? What do you think the chances are about that happening?
What?
Not that there's a reversal on the tariff piece, but that we get into, I don't want to say taco because I don't know what that even means anymore, but that he basically punts on some of this stuff because he sees what's happening.
Joe is sort of onto the issue, which is that the president's going to blame the Fed and not himself for this. Now, I think what this is showing is the narrative we've been telling, which is that there has been a chill over hiring from the concern about policy in general is true. We every week we religiously follow those jobless claims. Right. We're not seeing the firing. Bowman actually talked about it this morning and her concern that there's essentially labor hoarding. Companies will hold on to their employees as long as they possibly can, but you have this labor hoarding idea, and people, and now we're seeing that. Now, whether or not some of the passage of the big beautiful bill, along with maybe more clarity on the tariff outlook, might unfreeze some of that. We'll have to wait to see. Private sector this month was okay by itself, but you can't rely on it because of that big downward revision the prior 2 months, which, by the way, we were right, that gentleman was right earlier that we have had a lot of revisions in the past.
EJ, you want to wrap it?
EJ is what I'm talking about.
EJ and Sarah maybe have some final words. EJ, something quick?
Well, there's a couple of things here, Joe, real quick. One is that the tariff rates today, as of this morning, the average tariff rate's only 15.2%. That certainly doesn't sound like something that's going to break the back of the economy when you have income tax rates in the high 30s. So if we're going to be up in arms about, again, a 15% tariff rate, I don't know why we're not screaming about where our income taxes are right now. On the inflation front, there's a couple of things. One is the fact that when you look at not only the headline numbers, but also the core numbers, and then break it down by median, CPI and PCE, and also the trimmed means for both of those indexes, what you find is that the price increases recently are very widespread. In other words, it's not isolated to just those industries or products where you would expect to see an impact from tariffs. That tells us that this is most likely from monetary and fiscal policy. It's a devaluing of the currency as opposed to isolated instances. And sure enough, what we've seen this year is that as energy moves up and down in price, that's had a tremendous impact on the broader market in terms of prices and in terms of those inflation rates. So that seems to be the bigger story here. And then lastly, when it comes to Powell, he has said several times now that what he's really paying attention to is not jolts, is not the payroll numbers, but instead the unemployment rate. And so even if we get a tremendous softening in the labor market by all those other metrics and the unemployment rate stays low, I think we may be overestimating the chance that we get a rate cut this year.
Right.
Okay, just Rick had something. Rick, quickly.
I got one question for Steve,
real quickly, market movement. We should show an intraday of the dollar index. Dollar index is down almost 1%, and also show a two-year note. Two-year note hasn't closed at these current levels since very early July. My point here is, when twos and dollar behave like this, this is a statement about the Fed and about easing, and maybe 50 basis point percentages will key off of these two dynamics. So that's what you really want to pay attention to.
Steve, what do you think of this? So poly market right now, 25% decrease, 54% say that there will be a 25% decrease in September. 41% still say no change.
Right.
I mean,
I don't know if you believe.
EJ has an interesting point about where the chair may be. I think the chair is ultimately a dove concerned about the idea of a resurgence of inflation. And so I think with the story here is that he is probably keyed more to the unemployment rate, but both he and his committee are going to be concerned about this payroll weakness. Yep. Period. End of story.
All right, Sarah, sorry. You want to just say have a great weekend or something? We don't have any time left. You got anything, like 2 seconds?
I just want to say history shows if the Fed waits until the employment market's to crack to cut interest rates, it's too late, and that usually leads us into a recession. So how's that for good news going into your weekend?
Wow. Wow, you should be
That's some parting words.
Advisor to the president.
Hence the nickname.
Have a nice weekend.
Hence the nickname. Thank you. Our thanks to EJ, Anthony, Natasha,
Whoopee,
Sarah.
we're all gonna die.
Sarah Malik, and then it doesn't hit, it just says Santelli and Leisman. I guess you guys are like
They're
Prince.
known.
Yeah, you're like
You have
Madonna.
to thank us. It's proper.
Squawk Box, be right back.
No, just one name.
You might take something for your heart. You might get support for your joints. Or even use something for your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you? Your brain. People all over the country take Prevagen for their brain. In fact, Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years. The most important supplement for the most important part of you. Try Prevagen for your brain today.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
How will you shape the future of energy with confidence? From supply and demand to pricing uncertainty, EY understands disruptions energy companies face.
The mission for power and utilities companies is to provide reliable, affordable energy.
We're helping our clients build ecosystems across the entire value chain of energy.
In the plants, at the pipeline, and on the grid, EY's full spectrum of services help you maximize operations to drive profitability and performance. EY, shape the future with confidence.
Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
There's a reason Chevy's called.
Get an additional 1,000 bonus cash.
Coming up next, Roger Ferguson cleaning up the jobs data and what it means for the Fed. Take a look at the futures. Dow off about 345 points right now. NASDAQ off about 242 points. The S&P 500 off.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Imagination in flight begins with a sheet of paper, a couple folds, and a simple throw. But for some, the exhilaration and wonder behind flight never fades. At GE Aerospace, we turn what-ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far the next generation will go.
Making precise investment moves means asking the questions others don't. Actively managed ETFs from T. Rowe Price, designed to outperform the index.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World.
CNBC's daily digital show has trading updates, the latest headlines, a global perspective, and high-profile interviews. Scan to watch CNBC's Crypto World, sponsored by Crypto.
thought you were going to cancel those subscriptions that we don't use.
Well, I thought I did, but I guess I just missed a few.
Obviously. You need to use Rocket Money. It'll show you all your upcoming charges in one place, and you can cancel subscriptions right in the app.
That's pretty cool. That was pretty easy.
Yeah.
What's Pimple Poppers Anonymous? Babe?
Cash.
Welcome back to Squawk. The July jobs report coming in weaker than expected. President Trump just posting on Truth Social, too little, too late. Jerome, too late Powell is a disaster. Drop the rate. The good news is the tariffs are bringing billions of dollars into the USA. Clearly, the president thought that his tariffs were actually going to have this impact and therefore needed the Fed to make these moves. We're going to bring in Roger Ferguson right now, former Fed vice chairman, now a CNBC contributor. What do you make of all of this, Roger? What's your reaction?
All right, Roger. Time to cut. He's never said
reaction, No, hold on, Joe. My reaction is that this creates increased complexity for the Fed, not simplifying the decision. What we didn't focus on is average hourly earnings going up from 3.7 to 3.9. It's a backdrop in which there are a number of analyses that suggest inflationary pressures are more likely to increase than decrease. And the other point to make is the unemployment rate, which is the one that Chair Powell focused on most recently, stayed roughly steady at 4.2. So increased weakness, the revisions are not helpful, but as he will tell you, as he did tell you, there's a lot of data left to come. So I think the market's pricing in a big move towards September. Maybe right when we get there, but I think it's a little too early based on one
Roger,
relatively weak report.
Roger, I could see. Look, if you really believed that that Powell was going to move in September, some people would actually look at this oddly as good news, because it means that he's going to move in September. Maybe he's going to move again in December.
Submitted.
Right, the markets are not saying that right now. I think they're worried that he's not going to move to some degree.
Look, so I think the markets are right, because he was pretty clear with what we call a reaction function. As long as inflation is somewhat above the target, as it is, and the labor market looks fundamentally healthy, then, as he said, restrictive policy may well be right. If the balance of risk changes, they're worried less about inflation but much more about unemployment, then maybe it's time to move. The labor market has shown that it's roughly in balance. I agree this has elements of weakness here, but that 4.2 unemployment rate basically says supply and demand are roughly where we want them. And so I think the market's right to say, this is a bit of a head scratcher, not this is a clear, all the hands on one side, cutting aggressively in September. We may get there, much more data to come. I think it's premature to say this report is so unambiguously weak unto itself that the Fed has to pivot and be prepared to cut at all costs in September.
You never see a big jump in unemployment, do you, Roger? Do you remember in your experience, what's the biggest you see? I mean, you couldn't go 4.2 to 4.7 like in just like a matter of months, could you? Or is
Order
that,
submitted.
We don't have a lot of time left, but is that possible? Something like that could happen?
Well, you said in a matter of months. Obviously, it's possible in a matter of months. It's a sign of an economy that's moving to recession. Does it move that way from report to report? No, it does not.
Okay,
but I would caution everybody, one report, let's wait and see.
Right.
That's what Chair Powell said. I think he really believes that. There's a lot more data to come.
We got to thank you. Have a great weekend. Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber. That man is Jim Cramer. We're live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Carl has the morning off. What a morning it is. Oh, my God.
Order Bill.
Summer Friday. We got so much news here, and of course we have a market that is looking at a lower open when we get started with trading. half hour from now. Let's get to our roadmap this morning. President Trump unveils sweeping new tariffs on a number of global trading partners, including, of course, Canada. Their rate goes up as well. Apple posts its biggest revenue growth in more than 3 years. But there are tariff concerns as well there that temper investor enthusiasm. As for Amazon shares, they're down. Gloomy outlook overshadows what was a strong
I'm on to that
quarter. And if all that's not enough for us to try to cover, how about investors digesting a jobs report that came in well below expectations with revisions in June significantly lower than the original number. Let's start with the president imposing tariffs on dozens of countries, including Canada. It's now at 35%. It had been at 25%. Of course, that's only goods that are not covered under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, Jim. But we came into the session with that perhaps weighing on the futures a bit. You know, we're looking like we're down 1%. Then we also get the employment numbers. So let's go through trade. Let's move on to jobs. Then we will get to the big earnings.
Well, look, I think trade continues to shock people that the president takes any action, and then they're not shocked. So they'll look at it over the weekend, and then they'll come and they'll say, you know, it's really not that big a deal. It really doesn't matter. So that's my take on that. I think that this employment number does matter because it confirms that either the president knew or these two dissenters knew. That's what people are going to say, a little conspiratorial. But it's going. I saw Mr. Ferguson talk about how you got to wait and see. I don't think the president is really in that wait and see game. He did seem to almost be calling for a coup at the Fed.
I'm not sure we've gotten a posting yet on his Truth Social network that he uses to communicate. I think Andrew or Joe said something earlier, and I'm sure that will be confirmed in the sense of I'm sure we'll get something. It's coming after the Fed chair yet again. But before we get to the heart of the jobs number and what it's doing to rates and what it means, any other thoughts on sort of these tariffs? I mean, again, Mexico gets the 90 days reprieve. Oh, is that just out?
Too late.
Okay, there it is. Sorry, guys, I hadn't seen that. Too little, too late. Jerome, too late, pal. Just drop the rate. All right. And then back to tariffs, which actually gets me back to what I was talking about, which are bringing in, by the way, significant revenues every month as we sort of seem to move to at least a 15% overall rate. Canada now, which is, you know, our ally with a border that is peaceful border, 35%.
Carney insulted the president.
Insulted him.
Yeah, he insulted him.
How did he do that?
Because the big issue here, and Peter Navarro came on our show and said that, is you don't want any taxes on any of our tech and what we do. And Carney snuck that in.
But then they reversed it almost immediately.
The president, he doesn't count the reversal. The reversal was in reaction to the fact that he said, okay, look, this is unacceptable. This cannot stand. So I think Canada, again, we have to be careful because it's the stuff not covered by USMCA, so it's really difficult.
Well, a lot of what it is based on, and I'm looking again through voluminous paper here, of course, Jim. I look almost like you today with my pile. Was on fentanyl. It was on the fact that they claim that Canada continues not to do enough to stem the flow of fentanyl across the northern border, even though you know the numbers are far, or have been certainly far lower than anything coming from Mexico.
I don't understand why the president just say, okay, look, they destroyed our aluminum industry. Why does he just say that? That is what happened. That's more important than fentanyl. They've destroyed some of our industries. They have not. By the way, I think they're a great ally. And I think that we do a lot of trade with them. But if you look at what's happened
over those are both true statements, yes. They have been a great ally, and we do a lot of trade with them.
But they've not been great partners. They've wiped out a lot of our industries. I actually want to hear what CEO Mike Wirth of Chevron has to say about Canada. Because Canada's not been so great.
Okay.
Canada's taken us on. But I'm saying the president is not as articulate as I'd like about why Canada may not be such a good actor, particularly because we know Mr. Carney as a delightful man, a very smart man. And I read one of his books. It holds up under close scrutiny. I mean, look, it's not Hemingway, but it's pretty good. I do think that Canada, we look at what they've done with some of our raw industries, and they're not, let's just say they're not as a great a friend as we think.
Well, they are now facing 35%. Again, although many things are exempted as a result of under the
by the way, I mean, I'm not talking about Friend. I mean, Friend, they're fantastic. In the real life of them being our great ally, they are. I'm just saying some of their industries have not played ball.
Let's go get a little more on this jobs report, then let's get to Amazon.
Don't you find that
Apple.
it's a little shocking?
The jobs number?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 73,000.
I mean, the rates...
jobs were added in July. That was obviously below what those who follow this had anticipated.
Well, I mean, because you have a
and then it was the revision in June, I think, and you heard Steve Leisman going on about it, of course, the last hour.
They're plummeting. They're going the president's way.
It's the revision, Jim, that really is.
Yes.
I mean, 14,000. We were at, what, 147,000?
We were strong, and now we're
So
weak.
we basically have very little job growth, and to your point, rates are dropping.
We have very little job growth, and we have wages not going up. I mean, that is when you cut. Now, look, you know, I've been a big backer of Jay Powell, but this is a number which just says, Jay, you didn't need to wait, and he can say, well, look, I'm waiting till, I'm waiting for like 60 days. But every day matters with this president. Well, every day is a new. I mean, let's destroy the drug industry. We haven't done anything lately.
He's still concerned about inflation from the tariffs. Say again?
Well, I was just saying, if I were the president, I would say, okay, who should we take down?
Who should we what?
Take down. Let's take down. Let's take down the gold industry.
Take down?
Drive Bitcoin up.
What is
I'm
this?
just
What
saying
are you talking about? Take down? What are we? What are we? A family? What are we doing here?
Well,
we're going to take them down.
The FBI's not bugging them. Believe me. No, I'm just saying that. Did you expect? Do you have many people in your group of friends who said that Canada was going to have the boom lowered on them last night? Did you know that? Did you know that?
Did I know that they're going to have the? It seemed likely that that was possible.
I'm saying that I think he thinks that the Blue Jays should go to Tulsa.
Does Tulsa need an MLB franchise?
Okay. Not Toronto, but Tulsa.
Bowman and Waller both put out statements this morning, sort of discussing their dissents.
To the president.
And I'm looking at Waller here, who's saying, they think that we're maybe at 1.25 to 1.5 percentage points above where we should be in terms of the data implying a policy rate should be neutral, 3%.
I think you had to do it quarter by quarter.
Yeah. So there's Waller talking
if I
about
took
that.
Over this Fed, I would do quarter.
I know. Well, listen, as I have said many times, I think you are in the running, without a doubt, to be the next Fed chair.
Contract's up. I want to serve my country.
And I don't want to lose you here on this desk.
Furniture.
But if the president decides you're the best person for the job, I'm supportive of you.
Really?
Yeah.
We had dinner last night. You didn't say that.
I didn't, but I'm saying it now so that everybody can hear.
Good. Well, that's terrific.
All right, but before you take on that role, can you just revert back to your usual role?
Not revert back.
No, revert. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah. By the way, I am such a stickler on language, and to think that I did that.
That's all right.
Thank you. Let's talk about Apple, shall we? It is moving higher in the. Just let me read this.
Now you're talking.
It's higher in the pre-market on better than expected results. The company also posted what was its biggest quarterly revenue growth since December of 21. Yes, it saw a 13% jump in iPhone sales. Jim, the stock's up. I know you had a chance to catch up with Tim Cook briefly last night as well.
Victory lap, Chief.
What are your thoughts?
Okay, look, first of all, one of the things that I got a couple of things to say about this.
I bet you
First of all, people love the phone, and the Bears don't get that. I mean, this thing had acceleration in the middle of some cycle. You're not supposed to have that. This was a remarkable quarter. Then people are going to say, well, okay, so they were worried about the tariffs. People bought ahead of it. No, they even have that gain. They're like 1%.
Submitted.
That didn't work. Then, David.
Order submitted.
I have to tell you, what happened in China wasn't supposed to happen. The growth in China was not supposed to happen.
No, there was an expectation generally that would continue to not be a strong market, but they had, what was it, over 4% growth, right?
Yes. By the way, when I asked him, I don't know if you caught when I was asking him about India and how the president feels about him, because remember he said, I don't want him building in India. He said, look, I feel very good about my relationship with the president. And he wants more done in the United States, and we want to do more in the United States. And so there's a nice intersection here, and he's building a lot of plants. Nice intersection. So we have a better relationship with the president than we thought. We have better numbers in China. We have good growth for the cycle when no one thought we'd have good growth for the
submitted.
cycle. And I think the Bears have to eat some crow here, or whatever they eat when they're unhappy.
That was, certainly, as you point out, a strong growth, 13% year-over-year growth, especially in the iPhone.
Growth.
And
Everyone
then, by the way,
it's low single digits. They didn't know anything.
Services revenue at $27.4 billion. That also up 13% year-over-year.
And where's the Epic? The smaller piece Epic.
I don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Smaller piece.
The smaller piece. What?
I'm in Roth.
What about him?
I am saying that he did. You can look at these people, these bears, who were saying that none of these things were going to happen, and you can have a good hearty har at their expense.
I see.
And I am.
All right. That said, the Hardy Har is worth 2.5%. I mean, really,
we have a down day. It's a down day.
Came into the
it's
down
a down
double
day,
digits
Mr.
this year?
Figma.
We'll get to Figma in a second, and Mr. Figma, who, by the way, his comp plan, the guy is the CEO, unbelievable.
As it goes up.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Wow.
But we don't talk about that.
To my point, Apple comes in down 17% year to date, and it's going to be up 2%, and you're making fun of the people who said don't own it?
Because people are saying, well, then the next quarter is going to be bad. Wasn't it this quarter be the next quarter?
It's somewhat a muted response to quite a strong quarter, though, don't you think, or no?
Look, if the market, if this had been yesterday, this would have been vying with, not with Microsoft, because that's a special case.
But also, even Microsoft yesterday
Orders
came
submitted.
well off of the gains that it had.
We did have, as Figma
Orders
went
submitted.
up,
different than Meta, which maintained much of the gains through the day, although we did turn late in the day.
As Figma went up, very rational people started selling the market because they know they now see a pattern. CoreWeave meme, Circle meme, Figma meme. And the people who understand this stock market don't want to see 1999, 2000. And that's what we're getting.
All right, that's an interesting theme you're introducing, and I want to come back to it.
No one even knows what Figma is.
But before we drop Apple
I've
and move
used
on.
Figma. I know what Figma is.
It's like two different conversations here.
Well, I'm talking to you. I'm in a manic phase.
Connection lost.
Anyone have anything for me?
I want to get back to what you talked to Cook about, because you did mention M&A. M&A.
Yeah.
I'm going to focus you here. And it did seem that his tone was somewhat different. What do you think?
I didn't expect to see it. I asked him about M&A. First, he reminded me that he had done 7 deals. But second,
we got the quote right there, Jim. Yeah.
Look at that. Look what he said.
But then he says, we're open to M&A that accelerates our roadmap, and we're not closing anything off, and even in terms of size.
Order filled.
Different?
Order
that's a gun
submitted.
jump. I think what he's saying is if we saw something that could help Siri, which is going to improve next year, we'd do it. He's not ruling out anything. I mean, the perplexity is always in the discussion.
Always, right? You've been discussing the possibility of them buying Perplexity for months now.
I switched to Claude. Claude Range is better.
But that is something that is perceived to be holding the stock back as well as the lack of an AI strategy.
He told me, listen, we're spending a huge amount. We've got a big AI strategy. Siri's going to be terrific. I felt this. Yeah. After my discouraging work with every single one of these, they're all below Tim Cook standards. Tim Cook is not going to put one of these things in one of your devices because they're too stupid.
I don't know.
Good morning again. All right. Everything looks so bad right now. I don't want to short because the bot is still long and we dump almost 1.5%. So hopefully we get a pump at open and maybe short later on, but I don't know. It's pretty hard right now.
Steve Huffman's terrific. We're going to get to the numbers, but a lot of times they scrape Reddit. That's crowdsource. I don't want crowdsource. Okay? I want reality.
Understood.
Did you ever see the sources of who they use?
Yes.
Would you ever use any of the sources?
Some of them I would, some of them I would not.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, to me, it's fun.
I don't know. I have some long right now. I have a long at 66 and 74.
They're scraping again. All right, let's move on to Amazon before we take a quick break here. Shares are down in the pre-market. Quarterly results exceeded most of the analysts who follow the company. At double-digit growth.
Keep dropping too. Oh.
Now we talked a lot about that yesterday, in light of the 39% growth.
And bot just went short. Oh fuck! Bot just went short on AQ.
Also having stronger re-acceleration growth in the cloud. Would it be enough? Apparently not. But it really is also the guidance, Jim, here that is concerning investors, I guess.
Not looking good.
As we head into the upcoming trades. Revenue was up 12% year over year. Operating income was up 31% year over year. 18.2 billion in free
I need to get out my long. I don't know. I don't know if it's a good short or not because we're down so much. But 3 minutes looks like I got more room for downside. I just want to get out my long now.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
17.5%, perhaps not enough.
Okay, so you said that could happen yesterday.
I did.
Good call. I want everyone to take whatever.
Do not play the bot. Yeah. The bot got wrecked yesterday on the long. 300 points. Let me check my put, see if I'm green. Nope, not yet. What up, Gambit? Yeah, I don't know if it's a good short or not, because we're down almost 2% now. Well, not almost 2%, but 1.5%. You still have your account, right? You didn't blow anything last night? I'm worried Mugam might have blown. Yeah, and it was going long and stuff. And we dumped hard overnight. Yeah, lucky you did. Lucky I was busy with Twitter. I would have got my shit blown too. Man, we dropped what? 300 points?
Why? Because OpenAI was a part of that. You're coming to a separate subject that I want to explore.
But you see my posts on that guy's Twitter? I guess someone found out all his stuff, those Lamborghinis and stuff. It's not his. He took it from TikTok. Yeah, you can't do that. Well, he was talking shit in someone else's Discord, so JMU told me about it, so I went in there. I ran my mouth. I told him, just flex your shit. And it took him a long time. He wouldn't do it. I went first, so I was like, whatever. He was like, just a couple banks account, but you know, I'll mark the stuff out. And he could say, oh, let's up at 2,000, and then apologize. I ain't apologizing shit, bitch. But everything's cool though. Yeah, cause I knew he didn't want to show it. I told him he have 10 mil, you beat me. That's it. He said, I ain't got 10 mil. I never said I got 10 mil, but he did good though. He's still good for a kid. But that drama should be done, hopefully. But and people just like, you know how internet are, people just going on, spying on and looking at stuff, and find out all those are someone else's TikTok videos. Not a good look if you're trying to sell your stuff. Everything looks bad on the market. But we missed out, dude. We got a trade in London. That's the good movement.
People who want to call it a bad quarter do not understand that Amazon is not a company that has historically given you great forecasts. All right, so you're standing up for Amazon.
I don't know. More London been doing good moves. We wake up, it's like negative 400 points.
It'll go 216, it'll go down 16, then it'll be down 20. I'm just saying, don't buy into the chassis rat. We're going to come back.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. I didn't think about that though.
You're still here. The trading deadline came and went. You're still with me. I'm still with you. I didn't get that.
What are you trading right now? Which account are you trading?
When there's make sure some sort of and I will just never leave. There I am. It's there again. Still to come, we'll have an exclusive with Chevron CEO Mike Worth. We'll talk everything from earnings to, of course, the All John's future.
Oh, you didn't YOLO the data? Oh no, it's on the Gambit. I'll tell you to buy 2 because you really need 2 to YOLO. So I already passed. I got 1, so I have 3 coming up. Then I gotta take it slow and get this payout.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
Do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network.
It's 6,000 is hard, so I just usually YOLO. It's like big account. 50K I'll trade, but 100K, no, I can't trade those. I just got a YOLO.
Management begins and ends with you.
Yeah.
Your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. Our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time.
Oh, copy trade.
Your company started in the kitchen. Hello? Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo. Right there in marble. That's big. To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Our data shows that this deal works. Interesting. Insurance and more. Sequence. Insights that introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1
Oh, which one?
business news. On-the-go access to international business news and analysis as it
Oh,
happens.
nice. Hey, don't say anything. Yeah, you would. What's up, Chris? Lucky guy. Look, Mr. ETF winner. Morning.
Only America's most dependable trucks will do in every Chevy truck.
I knew one of our guys got to win. I'm so happy. At least we got 3 of our guys to win the 250.
7,000 in total value. Plus, Texas residents
Yeah.
get an additional 1,000 bonus cash.
I was nagging everybody. You see me nagging Chris, and no, bitch, just get it. Just get it.
Luckily, you rented your.
The chance of winning is high because not that many people uses ETF that much, especially just for one day.
Get the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Yeah, a lot of people did back then. So now it's just too much competition. They just have to get their reputation up and, you know what I mean? Remove all those other stuff to hard to get payouts. So it's getting better.
In terms of earnings earlier in the week, but you've got some research you want to realize. Now, there's a great pressure.
Yeah, but just how long, that's the thing. But now we just take what we can and just get a payout. Any payout is good. Let me see.
This statement is real. You're getting such a great price here. You're now getting an amazing quarter for free. The progress that's happening here in terms of commercial is
Yeah.
Kelly Ortberg's doing a great job. But everything gets lost in with this ridiculous earnings week. I think this may be the star of earnings. Really? Yes, I do.
What was it you saw in the report, or that you're saying that stands out to you?
Because they're going to be each.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to build more and more and more planes, and as they do that, the planes tend to have better gross margins. The orders that they're getting.
Oh, I was gonna ask you where do you, sorry, I was gonna ask you where do you get that daily payout? It was on the Discord. They said they're gonna start doing daily payout.
The story
Oh.
told that we have way too many customers, and this is the one that is way too many customers. I really like this stuff.
So I was correct, right? Selling boobs. That they're trying to use the boob to sell codes and stuff, right? That guy. Oh.
Many years, and I think he should
Oh.
don't talk about him enough. We should. He's an earnest, tough guy, and I like him because he's honest,
Shame.
straightforward, and my kind of guy. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Got an opening bell 5 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
Secretary or chairman of the Federal Reserve?
Becky, I think you're asking which is more
Order, Bill.
Yeah, I think it's what 15 already. Till 10.
Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes
Order submitted.
it's difference. Shape.
Yeah, a lot of people got hit. Like Chick got hit with the scammers. Everybody got hit.
Submitted.
It's the feeling for yourself. Lincoln Summer Invitation.
Order filled.
Get 0% APR financing, 0
Yeah.
down, and no payments for up to 90 days on select Lincoln vehicles.
Some things are just better at home, like picking out new floors. For a limited time, get up to 40% off your entire project during our summer savings event. Our experts bring the showroom to you, so you
Order
can see
submitted.
samples right in your space. That's Empire's own floor advantage. Don't miss your chance to save on select styles fully installed. Call or visit EmpireToday.com for your free in-home consultation.
It's confusing. It's very confusing, that one.
The future is here. Robots, automation, and AI. Integrating these technologies into your supply chain is complicated and expensive, and usually doesn't work. That's where DHL comes in. We have been implementing these technologies since before it was cool, tested and perfected across the world's largest contract logistics network. At DHL, it's people, technology, and analytics working together to take your supply chain to the next level. The future is now. DHL Supply Chain. This is Jess.
Yeah, that's what Isma just tell me. Just make 200, 900 a day, you'll be fine. Just don't try to do anymore.
That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smart, the checking and savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Nuveen invests foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, 200 count. Minimum 200 account one day, yeah.
Invest like the future is watching.
Oh.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
We have data coming out. 15 minutes, I think, yeah. A lot of data's coming up.
Newton's law. That's right. What goes up must come down. Okay? Not tomorrow. Maybe not Monday. But this is big Newton's law. You got me?
Newton? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I like that. By the way, I like Fig Newton because that was a waste of Fig Newton.
Most definitely.
All right, let's talk about this because Figma, of course, came public yesterday at $33 a share right here. You probably all remember all the noise. Barely.
Oh shit, let me get out.
Order filled.
There we go.
90, I think it was.
I think I need, I need over 3,000 for payout, because I need a little bit more.
Almost half a billion shares out. About 487 million
Order
shares.
submitted.
We're about to pump that open, I think.
It's got to be well above 50, 55 billion, 65
Order
shares,
canceled.
so it's over 60 times that shit. Right. It's doing about $1 billion.
Order
run rate
submitted.
today, right? That's based on
Order
what they did.
submitted.
It is profitable, but
That's forwards.
Microsoft and Meta, they don't 10, 11 times.
Alright, 5 seconds.
No one's going to listen to me whatsoever. No, the reason I was.
And it dumb. Piece of shit. Wow. I actually went long. Oh well. Amazon's getting killed on that stock. Roku got dumped too. Holy cow.
The Bitcoin ETF EO2 invests over the NASDAQ. Provider technologies for treatment of AFib. What's your point?
Order submitted. Order filled.
They happen every day.
Order filled.
We have these
Holy
really
shit.
Order submitted.
basic Bitcoin and other concepts.
We've got meme craze again.
We have a lot of junk. It
Order
bubbled up to
filled.
the surface. What started with CoreWeave and then it goes
Order
to Circle, now
submitted.
Figma. Now I know Figma.
CoreWeave and Circle are real companies doing real things.
Order
But
filled.
yes, but if BlackRock decided, I know Circle didn't like when I said that BlackRock came in, it really hurt Circle. But
And there's the performance you're talking
Order
about.
canceled.
In the midst of a very strong IPO market,
yeah, but
Cumberland market, the NYC
Order
yesterday, many more
submitted.
coming. It would be the expectation.
we have to end it if this is going to continue because this is.
Do you think this will bleed into the
Yes,
broader?
I thought it yesterday. I thought the more Figma went up yesterday, the more the rest of the market went down. And that's very smart people.
Remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking, you had us at sort of 96. Now you've advanced us to 99.
Order filled.
Whew, gotta help.
These have been hijacked by meme traders.
You think so?
Oh no, absolutely. And when you look at Robinhood, have good numbers, but the meme
Order
traders are
submitted.
back. They've now hijacked deals. Now Figma, David, also I didn't like the compensation. Remember, David, you know a lot of that stock that was sold was insiders.
Yes, I think it was almost 2/3, 1/3 roughly. That would make you. Again, I'm relying on memory now. 37 million shares, I think, this yesterday. Something around that. Most of it was selling shareholders.
Well, David, I mean, come on, we know what goes away. We know the market goes away.
By the way, important to point out again, back Dylan Field, who's the CEO, if you look at his compensation, his ownership stake, it's not dissimilar to what Musk had on
Order
the
submitted.
compensation plan that has been barred by that chancellor in Delaware.
Confusing with Musk,
We're still waiting.
Order
I don't know.
submitted.
I don't know Dylan Field, but he's got a market-based tranche of 11.25 million
Order
shares that he
filled.
gets that are triggered by company valuation.
Order filled.
Order
Order filled.
15 billion, 20 billion, 25 billion. Got
Order
them all.
submitted. Order filled.
Another 14.5 million
Order
RSUs share price hurdles from 60 to 130. So it's, I don't know if that has to stay there for any period of time. It does, I think.
It's March 15th, 2000.
He's already potentially in the
Order
money
filled.
on something, certainly the market-based.
Well, this is nonsense, David. I'm telling you, Figma's a good company. That's very stable, very good product. It's used by a lot of the Fortune 500. Yeah, most of them. But David, it's a drawing product. It's an
Holy
art
shit, we
product.
might lose
It's a
23,000.
terrific product. I think Adobe's product is actually better, but it's much more expensive.
See, I'm looking through
Order
60-day average
submitted.
stock price threshold. So it's got to average those prices I gave you for him to get those RSUs.
But David,
But he's starting out really well. It's going to be tough to notch on some of them.
value.
140.
70, what is it?
Just
now,
keep
70?
talking. It's only going to go up more.
It's 70 times sales.
Yes.
Well, it's my job. My job to say, look,
Order
this is
filled.
not right.
70 years worth of
And when you
sales.
take
It's not
backs,
Yeah.
and you took this stuff, and you're
Yeah.
going to have a market hijacked by the memesters, which is going to go down. And I think most people who have been around for even just 20 years know that this is the kind of behavior that killed 25. That kills a bull. This can kill a bull. SPACs, there's people like doing these leveraged coins. I don't know if you've seen any of those leveraged coin situations.
I have.
But
And there are SPACs, as you point out. They are back. There are quite a few of them.
Well, we know that
I
killed
mean,
the bull last time.
Canner has 4 out there already.
Not bulls, but we're on borrowed time if this stuff keeps up. Who's ever buying what is right now? He's just like
Order
a
filled.
clown will come in a bubble.
What is
shape?
Order
By the way,
submitted.
very small float, of course, given they
Well,
only
it's got
37
somebody
million
stored in.
shares of 487 million that will be
I'm
totally
sorry,
outstanding.
I'm so angry about
But
this.
what do you need to see then that would make you feel better?
You need the stock come back down. You need these people to realize that what comes up does come down. That they should
Order
recognize
filled.
they're making a lot of money. And not everything's Palantir.
Order
See,
filled.
Palantir reports next week. A lot of people. I don't talk to shorts. I don't talk to people.
Positive Palantir trade at a multiple to revenues. It's not that
Because he
dissimilar.
does, because he does the rule of 40, and because who wants to be on Alex Clark's bad side? I don't want to be on his bad side.
Well, I don't know. Maybe nobody wants to be at Dylan Field's bad side. He
Order
could be who
submitted.
knows? Could be a dangerous man too. I don't know.
No, he's not.
Waving him away.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Alex Clark worries you.
Yeah,
but not
Order
Dylan
filled.
Order filled.
Don't worry about that. But I think
Order
that
filled.
Order filled.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And remember, here's the product. Love the product, but it's a stock.
Order
The
submitted.
product should not produce this stock. But there are people who are so greedy, people who really think right now that stock's going to go to 200. That stock's going to sell at 100 times sales. And David, you know what those are? What? Clamps. And you know what we have to do? We have to adopt a Sondheim attitude. We do. We got to send them in. Send them out. Send them in. Oh, I have total contempt for the people who are buying things. Wow. You really feel emotionally invested because they're the kind of people.
Order filled.
Because they are just greedy. They don't know what they're doing. They think
We lost 23,000. Wow.
at the March 15 topic. Still make an argument that this is
Very
not
ugly.
the focus. It's really the market side. For sure, we're in a market where that is where the
Order
gains have
submitted.
been most focused, and that continues unabated given the capex plans of all the hyperscalers that we just heard about.
What percentage of the people think that it's Fig Newton versus Fig Bond?
I don't know. I don't know. All right,
Bisco.
Let's move on before we get to my board. You know what I'd love to come to is pharma. We haven't mentioned it. The president's letter became news after our show yesterday, I believe, Jim, in which he was arguing that pharmaceutical prices need to come down. The sector actually doing okay today. It's up after
There's a
decline
yesterday about Lilly and how Medicare might pay for the GOPs.
Order
Now,
filled.
that's, if the president reads
Wow.
that, he'll say this costs a fortune. See, we got
I got an average. I tried to went long, got caught.
Order filled.
Not to mention, what if there's a real breakthrough when it comes to Alzheimer's?
Order
You're
filled.
not going to pay for it.
I think it's got
You ultimately save in a lot of ways too, right? Think about
Order
care,
filled.
long-term care. That doesn't
Need
take
that
place
one.
as a result of that. You're like the
Trying to save my ETF, not ETF, my tick phone yesterday. Took the negative 2,000, but it wasn't blown.
Order filled.
Oh. I just made 400, so I still have like 800 drawdown, you know?
Order canceled.
Yeah, I can come back.
Order submitted.
I need to. Man, this longs are scary, dude. Fuck. Holy shit.
He had a really good quarter. Merck's quarter was fine. Pfizer, I don't know. I mean, the president wrote to Howard a nice letter. Crossed out the Dr. Boris. Put it down.
Merck's quarter was fine, but the stock's down 20%.
Yeah, Gam, did you wait?
Stocks trade like they make coal. No, the president likes coal. Yeah, readjust it. Well,
No, he got caught yesterday. He went in so quick long yesterday at open, and they just blew his account in like 1 second. Yeah. Feel bad for the guy, so I told him to buy another account with his own money. No, this is a small one, a 25K. He still got a 150K. That's the one he's been milking it. Oh, I blew mine. I bought like a 150K eval on TPT. Blew that within an hour. Waste of money. I need to reset it Monday though. It's 100. Buying it's like 200 something. So low and reset's cheaper.
You want to ask our next guest about that?
It still didn't credit me the freebies yet.
I think he may. We may
I
have
ain't Tradify to give me some freebies too.
Well, he goes with Gulf of America now.
Let's go. Let's do something substantive. Okay. Chevron's second quarter earnings for the substantial hit. Here's a low.
Oh, how much did bot got? Oh, bot got over 80 points. Again.
Because Mike delivered good numbers here. Join us now, exclusive breakdown. The quarter. Chevron chairman CEO Mike Worth. Mike, you know.
The two shorts winning, the longs getting wrecked earlier.
Said Jim.
I came to work because of you on the day off.
Well, it's good to see you on a Friday, Jim.
Oh, that's a cheap shot right back. Hey, Mike, the growth here is pretty phenomenal. I was concerned at
Dropping
one
back
point
down again.
that Chevron was going to be just kind of 1 to 2% growth. But you did everything from get back into Venezuela to make a terrific acquisition with Hess to reveal some terrific numbers in the Permian.
First lower day in 76.
Growing like a very small oil company. How did this happen?
Order submitted.
Jim, we had strong execution in the quarter. We had record production, and that resulted in exceptional.
3 minute looks like it's near the bottom, but not yet. The 15 minutes, they got more room.
Order
In the United
submitted.
States, which includes the Gulf of America. And we had all-time record production worldwide. Our refinery throughput was the highest in 20 years, and that resulted in free cash flow that was up 15% quarter on quarter, despite the fact that crude prices we're down 10%. So strong execution, record production, and exceptional cash generation.
Well, let's talk about that. I've not heard you be extraordinarily bullish on the price of
Order filled.
If you can do that number, this number that was just reported, at this lower oil price, what would happen if oil went back to 80?
Well, obviously things would get even stronger. The nice thing is we're positioned to thrive in all price environments. We've got consistent cost and capital discipline. This last quarter was our lowest CapEx in more than 2 years. We got $2 to $3 billion in cost reductions that are underway. We've got leading free cash flow growth with $4.5 billion from 24.
Yeah, I need to pump. I'm down 500 on the ETF. Good thing I was playing MNQ though. Man.
In 2026. So we are hitting on all cylinders.
What's new lower day? 61? Wow.
Order submitted.
Is very pro oil, very pro fossil fuel in terms of your long-term planning. For instance, you have huge Permian, but we need more natural gas pipe coming out of the Permian to be able to do more drilling. This is something the president favors. Are his policies having an impact on
Yeah, pump so bad. I need 23,033. Just that bag holding. I'm not the average down.
Order filled.
Holy shit.
It underpins our economic competitiveness, our security, and increasingly energy dominance is going to be the foundation for AI dominance. So we're seeing policies and actions.
Wow, I was negative 2% already. Gee.
Supply in this country, and I think that's good in the near term. And I think these
Order
policies
submitted.
will last beyond his administration.
No, I think it's negative 5%. You stop trading.
Mike, you just mentioned $21 billion in free cash flow by 26. So what are you going to do with all that money? I mean, when you think about the allocation in terms of what you use it for,
If we lose 900?
Order submitted.
Partition.
We just had our 13th consecutive quarter where we returned $5 billion or more in cash to shareholders through our dividend and our share buyback. We've increased the dividend for 38 consecutive years. We've got a yield around 4.5% right now. We're buying back between 10 and 20 billion dollars in shares every year.
I'm scared.
Continues to be very strong. 14% net debt, a AA credit rating. This will underpin consistent and reliable cash return to shareholders well into the future.
Right. So yeah, that's a big number. That's a big increase.
Order submitted.
Pointed out from where we are right now to the 21 billion then. But how much of it's going to go back into the ground?
Order
We're doing 1
submitted.
million barrels now out of the Permian. Can we expect that will go up, or that you will spend a lot more on potential production from areas like that and or others around the world?
Well, we'll be investing to continue to grow production. We expect to grow production again next year. We've got projects underway around the world. In the Permian, we're actually going to begin moving toward a plateau. And the reason is, if you look at what smaller producers did in the last decade, there was a lot of growth and there was very little free cash that ever came off of that growth. It all got reinvested. As we reach 1 million barrels a day, we can hold.
Oh, hell yeah. Try if I say yes.
The rest of this decade, to the following decade, and at a much lower level of capital spend.
We got freebies for Tradify.
Order filled.
Oh, damn. So happy.
Order filled. Order submitted.
And underpins those cash returns to shareholders, and we'll also use some of that cash to invest in production growth around the world.
Right. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me, and I would assume to your investor base. I'm not sure, again, back to what my colleague talks about all the time, that the president would be
I'm about to blow that
particularly
tick
happy
now.
to hear that. He keeps talking about more and more U.S. production. Is that at odds with what you
Order
want to do
submitted.
when you're leading a company and you have to worry about your shareholders?
Order canceled.
Ooh,
Our
nice.
production in the U.S. is up on the order of, with the integration of Hess now,
Good shot, Chris.
something like 60% over just the last couple
I hope
of
you're
years.
doing okay, Gambit.
We're seeing
It's brutal trying to long. I'm getting stuck catching this knife.
single destination for capital investment. I expect that to continue, and we will be a proud
Order submitted.
American energy producer and
Wow.
larger in the future.
Order filled.
We're a global company. We have opportunities around the world across the value chain, both upstream and
Order
downstream.
filled.
Order filled. And so we'll
Order
continue to
canceled.
invest in other parts of our business and other parts of the world as well.
Back-to-back red day.
Okay, so
Crazy
like
red
you
day, too.
mentioned AI. Now, Amazon and
Order
they get
submitted.
that power. Everyone's saying the same thing. I'm wondering what you can do about it yourself. I think that you have a little note here about LNG
Jeez,
and
still
your
going.
word, but you don't seem to stress what the role of natural gas in our superiority when it comes to AI. I always think you as an oil company,
Nasty morning.
natural gas. What are you doing about that?
Order
and what
submitted.
are you doing about this?
Nasty,
140,000
nasty
filled.
morning.
acres of
Order filled.
Macover formation. These are two things that the country needs you to do.
Yeah, let me start with AI. I've spoken to you before about the fact that beginning late next year, we'll take delivery.
We need a
of
pump soon.
Vernova's largest
Come on, baby.
gas-fired
Give us a
turbines.
pump. I'm stuck.
That's over 4
I need like
gigawatts of generating
306
capacity,
now.
that we intend to deploy
23,000.
in the US to
306.
support, data center customers. We're in deep discussions with the biggest hyperscalers, companies you talk about every day, who need power, who are concerned about the ability to receive that power from an already strained grid. And we've got the ability to build this power.
I have total 5 now, and stuck on short at 23,006.
Eventually, likely tie
And that's my one I'm close to getting a payout too on the ETF. It's gonna suck.
We operate over 5 gigawatts of power around
I didn't expect to drop this
that
much.
is necessary to keep our operations running 24/7, 365. So we've got to operate at grid reliability or higher to keep our facilities going. We can do the same to underwrite growth of AI in this country. And stay tuned. I expect later this year we'll have some announcements on projects we're putting together. On the 125,000 acres.
Yeah, you know what, Mike, let me
just touch quickly on
Order
the smack
submitted.
over.
All right, go
Jim
ahead.
asked
Smack,
about-
how can you not? Because I mean, who wants to not say smack over and over again? Go ahead.
You can repeat it. This is an
Order
area that's
filled.
Order filled. Rich brine deposits. So
Order
water
filled.
which has salts including lithium. And we've got an acreage position now that's fairly large. That can be used to bring the water up, remove the lithium from the water, process that, and use that to feed into battery production. It's a market that is only growing as demand for electrification of all kinds continues to grow, and it leverages skill sets that companies like ours have in the subsurface and surface processing facilities. And so we're in a position now to assess that resource and begin doing technology development and considering future investments in the lithium value chain.
Order submitted.
Real quick, Mike, to just conclude here, you know, the preliminary trade deal with the EU
Order
is going to
filled.
more than double potentially their purchase of
Order
US-based
submitted.
LNG. You just mentioned all the uses for it here
Order
as well.
filled.
Order filled.
Powering data centers. Do we have enough?
We've got
Order filled.
an abundance of natural gas in this country. We produce over 100 billion cubic feet a day right now. We can supply our needs, we can supply these new power needs, and we can supply
Yeah, I'm about to load a ticket. I got
customers
$100 left on the buffer.
in the world.
Yeesh.
There's a lot of gas that comes along with oil production. And as we continue to develop the abundant resources, not just in the Permian, but in other parts of the country, we're going to see that we've got decades worth of gas production in this country that can meet our needs and our allies around the world.
Well, terrific, Mike. It's great to have you on the show. Obviously, it's a really, really good quarter. Thank you, Mike Ward, Chairman and CEO of Chevron.
Good to be with you.
Order filled.
All right,
Order
let's take a look at
canceled.
the bond market. Important morning as well.
Yep, I blew those. Straight to funded plus. So both of them are blown. Oh man, I still got 3 left. Nasty.
Yeah, we're down 4.249 on the 10-year, 3.7 on the 2. We'll be right back.
Order submitted.
Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in fixed income.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are what if and stay. Thousands of
of organizations are saying, what if? With the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce? One that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day. Well, this isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI from Salesforce. It's called Agent Force. Agent Force turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people, well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
We're Mizuho.
Oh, look at that pump. Come on, baby.
Because the Mizuho name means we never
Oh, wow, my put's up 60%. Hell yeah, there we go. I have 450 QQQ puts for September 19th. Yes, so I got it for my birthday, so and it's up a lot now.
You know our name.
I'm gonna hold it. I think August's gonna be bad. I think so.
Furniture heroes like Jackie from finance
Huh?
keep costs low, so you can get our Consumer Reports recommended trend
Yeah.
mattress,
Yeah, it's not gonna. He's gonna hold.
dining set, and our everyday low prices.
Any reason for this dump?
Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. We just got our life insurance through Ethos. You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes
Yeah.
about 10 minutes. Actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in students. You can get credit for life and job experience that translated to coursework and helps cut down the cost of school. UMGC helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market.
At GE Aerospace, we turn what ifs into what's next. Because when the right idea catches the wind, there's no limit to how far the next generation will go.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Talked a lot yesterday about copper. I mean, that extraordinary move down. You see it happen on Thursday, yesterday. Hanging in there now. But Jim, I mean, it was not about the tariffs. It was about the lack of on certain finished products, right? Refined products. Yeah, that spooked everybody. A lot of people leaned one way on that. It was certainly a record in terms of a decline for one day. We'll come back. We'll stop trading. We'll do whatever else we can get. We did.
This is.
When logic bends, when certainty's shattered, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Order filled. Order submitted. Global perspective. The economists know which way is up.
Oh, was it?
Management begins and ends with you. Result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies
Order
to help you
filled.
get there. Wealth management experience is
Order submitted.
It's time for Corient.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart. We make coffee that supports our community. Walmart played a big part.
Why did Gambit me?
Walmart spends with products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.
Oh, did
We
he?
can
I don't
invest
see
back
it.
into our community.
It's how you grew a mighty fine American business.
Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights, on navigating volatility.
Hopefully he's not doing bad.
CNBCevents.com/small
I didn't hear anything.
Finding the perfect balance is the key to a truly unforgettable mountain vacation.
Maybe babysitting. Who knows?
The expected, where you're sure to find it.
Come on, pump this Ponzi. Let's go.
Chewy orders on the way for Rex. Who wrecks everything he gets his jaws on. So Mom and Dad use Chewy Live Chat to learn that puppyhood can last
up to 2 years.
And to get helpful tips.
You think the bottom is in? No, it doesn't. The 15 minutes looks like I got more downside after this little pump.
And maybe a freight. And definitely a slow feeder. For helpful humans with
Get me out of here.
For life with pets, there's
All right, let's get to a quick stop trading. What do you got?
Mike Hsu has done a really good job.
Order
for
canceled.
Park. We see the work today up 7%. Now, of course, that's also accentuated by the fact that no one wants anything economic.
Order submitted.
But not that's an issue. Not what? Well, I was going to make a joke though. Oh, right. Decided enough jokes. Sell Figma. Don't panic about Amazon. They're having an amazing week.
I will try to do all those things. Thank you, Jim. Same to you. Back on Monday. You're here.
We're both here. I'm working till Christmas.
Amen. A lot more to get to this morning.
You think a lot of people are blowing up?
If you at least a long stocks, you can see with the S&P down.
I think so too.
NASDAQ over
That
2%.
sucks.
Don't go anywhere.
Someone once said you can't be confident without being curious. What's us?
We're so used to buying a dip. Now it's just hard. Buying a dip, getting crushed. Eesh. We're down 2% now. Wow.
38% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Qdol's Magnesium Glycinate.
Order
It's
submitted.
formulated for high absorption and is gentle on the stomach. Qdol, the brand I trust.
Custom Ink helps motivate our students to custom care. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom
Order
care
submitted.
accessories and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Once you got kids, you want to make sure that they're taken care of. I kept putting it off.
Oh, you blew that ETF, right? Yesterday?
I was able to get a rate instantly.
But
It's a relief.
but you got a payout though. But he did pay you, right? Oh, he did.
Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan.
But
for
it,
retirement.
the funds were deducted right before you took the trade.
Being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
The funds were deducted right when before you blew up. Okay. Okay, so you should be good then.
Investor's Guide to a comfortable retirement. 13 retirement blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-755-4777.
And did not give us another lower day.
Plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your comfortable retirement kit. Call 1-800-755-4777.
I'm stuck that long.
Call us today. You plan it coming to you. It's you plan.
No, I blew the tick, but my other account's is long. I still have the Elite Trader. And I got one Traderfy that's stuck that long. That Elite Trader is deep red. I need 23,000 to get out. What the hell was that? Was that data?
Miss a moment. The majority of the committee was of the view
What the
inflation could
fuck?
maximum employment is at target.
What the hell was that?
It's really going to adhere to their conviction that the 2% target has to be in their line of sight.
They acknowledge the legitimacy of
Oh my god, that hurt.
trade deficit.
That's brutal.
Order filled.
We're live as always from
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Get some bad data.
Some pressure for a change. We've got an S&P down now, accelerating those losses, almost 2%. Combination of new tariffs.
About to blow the ETF. 3,000. Yeah, 3,000 above. I'm at 1,800 now. Negative 1,800. Ouch.
Well, we have a lot of news and a lot of. Take a look at Treasuries. Also, big time rally today after.
Man, 8 days of work gone with that dumb. Holy shit.
2 cuts by the end of this year. We'll talk about it. We've got the perfect guest ahead this hour. Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic joins us exclusively to talk about today's jobs number. The Fed's decision.
We need to hold at 800. I'm toast.
Inflation outlook. Plus, we will speak with SEC Chair Paul Atkins as
Holy
the Securities and Exchange Commission debuts what it's calling Project Crypto. Really important speech he gave last night. We'll also break down Amazon and Apple, 2 tech names driving the action today on the back of earnings, both lower, but that 7% slide on Amazon is really weighing on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, of course, as is potentially that jobs number as well that crossed 830. Speaking of, we got more economic data just crossing. Rick Santelli has that for us. Rick?
Yes, David. Let's start out with new construction spending down.
Forgot about the data too.
We're expecting an unchanged number. That would equal last month with a revision, which equals down 0.4 now. We have to go to March to find a bigger drop in construction spending. ISM on the manufacturing side, the headline number comes in light at 48.0. That means it's the 5th consecutive number in contraction territory.
Order submitted.
And that would comp to, well, 48.0, you have to go back to October of last year.
Order
to find a lower
submitted.
number. Prices paid moving down, but that's a good thing. 64.8, that'll be the lowest since February at 62.4. Good news there on new orders. 47.1, definitely light.
Order filled.
47.1 would be the lightest, well,
Order
just since
filled.
last month, because the number has been now the 5th consecutive month also under
Jeez.
50.
Oh, I haven't seen a negative 3% in a long time.
Employment comes in at 43.4, so it was kind of correct. It's below 45 in the rearview mirror, well below expectations. Now, let's look at what's going on with University of Michigan sentiment, shall we?
We're gonna lose 300. I mean 800 for sure.
This is a final read, so we go from 61.8 to 61.7, no big change. If you look at current conditions,
I hate
here's a
Friday.
big change from 66.8 to 68.
At least I passed one. Got
Best reading of the year.
one tick good for $500. So I'm gonna stop
If we look
there.
at what's going on the expectation side, 58.6 now jumps up to 57.7.
Yeah, let me work on the
That's
second
solid
one.
number, and it's still well below the 58.6, but it's I'm sorry, 57.7 is on the light.
This is crazy. Like yesterday.
Just since March. Finally, inflation, maybe the most important aspect of the University of Michigan.
Come back up.
4.4 becomes 4.5 on the 1 year, and there's a 0.2 drop on the 5 to 10 year from 3.6 to 3.4. That would be the second lowest reading of the year outside of January, where we started at 3.2. So we see that that's going to potentially fuel a little bit more, maybe downside. I can sum up the morning pretty easy, everyone. If we look at May non-farm, it was 144 before revisions, 19,000 now. If you look at June, it was
Order submitted.
47,000 after revision. 14,000. That combination minus 258, that was the biggie. Sarah, back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Rick Santelli.
So I got so many questions for you, Sarah. So I want to get your reaction to the jobs.
Order
those
filled.
revisions that were just discussed.
Needed that.
Where the impact is, they're huge. Obviously, we haven't even talked tariffs yet. We're seeing what's happening with rates. You got Waller and Bowman putting out these statements in terms of giving us more sense as to why they dissented. I don't know. You start wherever you want.
I think Waller, you could tie it all together. Waller and Bowman are vindicated by today's jobs report because I think their cases are similar. Tariff increases on inflation are one-off. Therefore, we should look through them and try to protect this economy from weakening further, especially Waller. That Governor Waller has been pointing out that there are cracks beneath the surface, and we've been doing that as well in the jobs market. And while the jobs look good on the surface, things are deteriorating. And guess what? The last 2 months, they subtracted 258,000 jobs over the last 2 months.
Is that, in your experience, how...
It's a large revision. I mean, look, Karen Cohn was sitting here the other day and saying, don't base everything on the jobs reports because they're always revised and they're hard to fully trust. This is a big revision as far as revisions go, but jobs numbers, NFP always gets revised. So I think there's some merit there to not being able to trust it. The bottom line is the last 3-month average looks a lot different than we thought it did.
Maybe get over 900.
Strengthens the case for the Fed to cut in September. So we go down to 70% odds in the market from below 50, which is where, I mean, this is really going to be a test of Powell if he wants to see whether inflation is coming, because now we're starting to see the cracks in the labor market. And that's not even getting into some of these new tariff rates that we've got.
And we assume he doesn't know the number on Wednesday, right?
Right.
He doesn't know.
I know, he doesn't.
Just want to make sure.
So, do you want a bit more dovish?
Potentially, right? I mean, you pointed out his hawkish comments, in particular, sort of seeing through to the potential still for on the other side of inflation and where the economy is. He seems to have a different view of this economy.
Some of these Fed economists are more worried about the economy, and some of them are more worried about inflation. More of them have been more worried about inflation, including the Fed chair. And look, there's a case for that. I mean, you heard Kramer backing the Fed chair yesterday here on the show because we are starting to see some of the impact of the tariffs. And guess what? After last night's announcement, I mean, we have higher tariff rates.
Yeah.
You can look at the top 5 trading partners, and even though we made deals with all of them, we're still looking at tariff rates of 15%. China's at 30%. That's one of our biggest trading partner. Japan's at 15%. Korea. I mean, these are.
And now Canada goes up.
Come on, baby. Get me out of here. I'll just log off. I hate Friday.
Set to take effect on Thursday. Laos, Switzerland. I mean, the 2 big ones that are in our top 20 trading partners are Switzerland and Taiwan. Taiwan goes to 20%. They're like a top 5 trading partner
$7.99 low
for us,
day.
you know, because of
I'm
all the
gonna have
tariffs.
one long at $7.99 if we hit again.
Orders submitted.
I mean, look at some of these numbers. They're not huge trading partners, but they are seeing very high rates.
It's not buying a lot of U.S. goods.
No, but we buy from Switzerland Rolexes and chocolates and watches. I mean, pharmaceuticals. I think that we wait into half of Switzerland's imports into the United States are pharma, and that we wait for the 232 tariffs to find out the rate.
And then India, the 25% rate. We've talked often, of course, and we'll talk about Apple a bit more as well, given the earnings from last night. But they moved a lot of their production for the U.S. market to India for the express purpose of avoiding tariffs.
Yeah, so this doesn't bode well for them either, unless India can come up with some sort of a deal. But 25% on India is painful. If you add it all up, David, I think what the market is telling you is that it's going to be increasingly difficult for the Fed to stay pat. I mean, this is, ironically, you know, even though you might say, oh, President Trump might not want to see this kind of jobs number because it's weak, but actually it totally proves his point that the Fed chair might be too late in lowering interest rates to protect the jobs economy.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case, but that, you know, that's what Wall Street is trying to tell you.
We talk, as I believe we should, perhaps not even enough, about the impact of AI and what that will mean for society. Do we have any sense? It may not even be resulting in job losses, but perhaps companies are not hiring at the same pace. I mean, I don't know when that impact starts to be felt or whether we're even starting to see it now.
No, and we know anecdotally that it's happening, right? And it could be one reason why, for instance, you know, we see it's harder to go out and get a job. People have their jobs. We haven't seen a big increase in layoffs. That's one thing. We look hard in the productivity numbers, right? Because that's really what's set to spike, and that's ultimately good for growth. But I think, you know, supply concerns around immigration, that's also feeding into the picture. Foreign-born workers saw a material drop, and that's probably why the unemployment rate hasn't gone up more, given the slowdown in jobs growth, because the supply picture is just really tightened.
Yeah. All right, let's dig further.
Are you short, Zori? I need a pump. I don't want any more dump, dude. I'm sick of this dump. Gambit, tell me you're still alive, buddy. The 150? Fuck! I knew you got caught, because I got caught too. Oh my god. Fuck. When are you long? I'm still holding mine at 23,006.
With this
order filled.
I think that
Fuck, man.
picture
to a more, clearly
That month started out bad already. I knew that dump's gonna catch us one day.
looking at an economy that is still growing.
It's okay. Bounce back. Dude. I'll try to get you some freebies. I'll talk to them. See if I can get the 150.
I do think that the downside risks in the labor market.
Oh, you got another one?
Jim Powell did talk about in the
Yeah, just get that to payout and you get a refund. So that should help a little bit. But
As he talked about the upside risk to inflation.
I'm 3 days from payout on the ETF. I was down like 2 grand, so I'm down 1 grand now. Just hoping it goes back up to 23,000. I doubt it. It's nasty. A ton of people blowing up though.
But today's jobs report changed.
Gonzalez killing it.
Well, I think it makes it even more likely that they're going to cut in September.
Yeah, we always go against the bot. But again, the bot went short when it's negative 1.4%. You know what I mean? But who knows? Gonna drop another. It's hard. It's just today's really hard.
Certainly a reasonable idea that we're in the restrictive territory, but
My ETF still, not ETF, my TPT still alive. I haven't touched that yet.
a little bit more quickly. We have that happening over a longer period of time, but you could accelerate the process.
Fed Governor Waller writes this morning, taken together the data imply the policy rate should be around neutral, which the median FOMC participant estimates is 3%. He says not the 1.25 to 1.5 percentage points.
So the
above
3
that.
minutes is trying to curve up, so might get a little pump more.
And he also talked about stall speed in that note, and I think that's the right way to look at it.
Yeah, it's gonna go up again, SK, because it's curving up on the 3 minutes.
This is a meaningful data release, but it's one data release, and we'll want to see what the picture looks like over the next couple of months. But if we get confirmation
There we go.
that things have slowed as much in the labor market, then I would say, yeah, we should get back to neutral pretty quickly.
It feels like the main debate inside the Fed and out is not whether tariffs will spark inflation. We know it's happening, in certain goods and it might increase further. The question is, should they look through it? Is it a one-off inflation increase, or is it something that they should adjust their policy to? And that's where it feels like the dissenters feel very differently than the Fed chair and the bulk of the Fed board. So which is it?
Well, the Fed chair did say that the baseline scenario was one in which this was a one-time price increase. Now, he noted risks to that, as you point out, but he did say that was the baseline scenario. That's clearly the wallet scenario.
If that's the case, then why didn't they cut?
Hey, that's a good.
Because
That's still good, dude. Be proud. It's a long time. You were milking it. It's okay. Get it again.
Meaningful probability of a July cut. The discussion in the committee at large has always been about September, and so yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. And now, yeah, looks very, very likely.
Jan, your team has done a lot of work on AI. I periodically ask you about it. I was just asking Sarah, though, do you think that there's anything showing up in the data already in terms of at least the change in hiring that may be taking place as a result of the efficiencies brought to bear by enterprises adopting AI?
Yeah, I do think we're seeing.
Give us not 50 or something.
We're seeing, for example, some weakness in technology employment over the last couple of years. Actually, as it happens, it started right around late 2022 when ChatGPT was released. We've seen a decline in technology employment as a share of overall payrolls. We've seen some weakness in the unemployment rate for young tech workers.
Hey, Lena's killing it.
Happening so far. This is not the main thing that's driving the labor market. We're still quite a ways away from that, but we're seeing early signs.
If the Fed does start to cut in September, as you predict, and we get what, 3 cuts this year, if your prediction, I think the market's at 2. If we start to see that, is it in time to preserve what is otherwise a really healthy labor market and overall economy?
I mean, our forecast is that the economy continues to expand. We have a 30% probability of a recession over the next 12 months. So that's twice as big as the unconditional average of 15%, one recession every 7 years.
Order
but it's
filled.
well below 50%. So yeah, that's my baseline.
Jeez.
But I
Come
will
on, keep
note
pumping.
that the economy is growing.
Order submitted.
About a percentage
Order
point
filled.
below potential.
Order submitted.
And and the labor market numbers are now confirming that. So I do think that we're going to need to see some insurance being taken out.
And the consumer?
Well, the consumer over the last 6 months.
Come on, baby. Get me out of this. Save my Tradeify. Save my Tradeify.
I'm expecting that to pick up a little bit. But if it doesn't pick up, that would be another very significant warning sign, because that's the
Order
sort of
canceled.
thing that has very rarely happened outside of recessions.
Order submitted.
John, thank you.
Thank you.
Natsia's chief economist, Goldman Sachs.
So here's our roadmap for a very busy rest of the hour. Raphael Bostic on the record.
Oh shit, I saved it. Alright, only thing I'm bag holding is that fucking ETF. Everything is saved. Yes! Holy shit. I need 800 for this day trader payout, but that was near blown too. Holy fuck. Good thing I don't side a lot. Holy shit.
Order canceled.
Let me get out of this fucking ETF and I'm happy. I need 60 more points. 23,000. Come on.
Order submitted.
Depends, some Greeks. Innovation changes everything. Send it back! With one investment, you can access the next 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, we will consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at investor.com. This moment. Story time for Sarah. It means everything to them.
The good thing with the tick I got, I'm above the payout threshold and I'm at 6K now. So it's a static account.
All day at the infusion center.
Every dump again, I'll go long.
Never misses story time. Everyone with specialty services, because every moment counts.
When I was in college, I was a bank teller at a community bank in Kansas, and I had no idea that I would one day be covering the banking system. I opted to go to night school to get my MBA in finance to really dig in. When I approach a story, I always come into it over-prepared. Ambition is fueled by curiosity. You have to be curious. You have to ask questions. It's that constant quest. CNBC is the network for ambitious people.
I know what you're thinking. Total blow up. What's your secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer. Like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for
Dude,
me.
you got 4,500 already? Good shit, Gambit. Oh, Gambit's not been here. Virgo, how you doing?
Destination.
You doing okay, Mugo? Everybody's blowing up. Tell me you're not blown up. Oh, fuck. Sorry, Mugo. Oh, Mugo, did I tell you about the TPT? I think this week you buy it and you get a payout. They refund you the money back for the eval. You get a payout. Any new purchase from... I'm muted? I'm not muted. Can you hear me? Google, Google? Yeah, just use the same code you've been using. Just use my code, you buy it. But if you get a payout, you get a refund.
So we got to a point where not just that the market had been in one of these calm melt-ups.
No, can't be renewed. It has to be a new buy. Yeah, you can't reset it. That's the only bad thing. It has to be a new buy.
For manageable, absorbable level of tariffs that was probably going to get some clarity soon, and an economy that was resilient enough to withstand a wait-and-see Fed. I think all those.
You gotta get a
together,
mic, dude.
The AI trade mega cap leadership was not yet fully exhausted all through July. Now we have a lot of those things.
Kevin, did you went all in on that long on your new eval? Oh, okay, that's really impressive. I can't do that in one day.
Numbers, and I say poorly. Man, it was a moonshot, but
you have Microsoft closed 20 points off its open yesterday, just yesterday.
Oh, you playing MNQ or oh 5NQ? Holy shit.
That kind of is the economy actually?
Maybe the bottom is in. I don't know. But I know a lot of people are freaking blowing up.
Is that Powell keeps fixating on the unemployment rate, right? That's their beacon for whether we have a labor market that is near full employment or imbalance. Well, that's kind of the lagging indicator. It's not really telling you the story here.
Oh, ISIS, can I don't want to post on a giveaway yet because it's not live. Can I post my preview of the freebies that we have on your channel?
In terms of magnitude right now, but it does tell you that you can't take all those things for granted that we had before. By the way, we also had a retail trader, speculative bender.
Oh no, I didn't do that trader yet.
Maybe isn't even over. If you look at the way Figma was trading today,
even now it's up 8.5%.
Exactly. So a lot of this stuff probably has to get wrung out. We'll see.
Yeah.
Companies have it to spend. The overall total payroll growth, that means aggregate hours worked, number of people working, and wage growth is still steady, near 5% annualized. So it's not as if things are falling apart. They're just decelerating in a pronounced way.
No, it's good. People know
I'm
what,
looking at what's working today. Consumer staples.
Yeah.
I mean, Kimberly clocked out with earnings. It's up 6%, but Kroger, Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, that's an economic softness trade.
Finally, some light from the defensives. They have been completely ignored for a while now. I mean, it could just be a reflex trade here as people look for a little bit of shelter, but I would say 6,200 and just below that on the S&P. If you're bullish, you'd love for that to hold.
should we do a giveaway on YouTube? Everybody's blown up. Well, not any freebies. I don't have freebies yet, but like money. We can do that. What time is it? 30 more minutes. We can do that. We'll do $50. 2 winners, $25. PayPal. No, you don't need points for that. Just anybody on YouTube. We'll do that in a little bit. Everybody's blowing up today. Gambit, I mean, you can get on there too.
This family's financial future.
I'm gonna do the $50 giveaways in a little bit, about 20 minutes on YouTube. So just join up, you might win some money. Nah, not for this one. Just day one, there's nobody got enough points, so just get on it and hopefully you win. But this is what we got coming up from this Tradeify. They say yes to it, so we're good.
With dry AMD, if so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with Izervay, you can ask your doctor about Izervay.
You got nothing else to trade? Damn it.
Prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment.
Oh, let me do that trade a
AMD.
graphics for the giveaway.
Increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve.
I hope we get 23,000. I'll be happy and get out.
Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
What's a trade a?
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia. Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard
I think
to
I'll
make sense
email
of nonsense.
Tech Profit later today. It might be too early to ask for the freebies yet.
Know which way is up.
Hey. I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this. Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com.
Yeah, I think about, yeah, categories is better.
insights, information, and all of the details that you need to make money.
Closing bell overtime.
Yeah, I think Caligor's better.
Plus. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Welcome back. Look at the move in Bitcoin down a bit as the market digests the jobs report and new tariffs. Yesterday, the SEC laying out what it's calling Project Crypto, a plan to modernize regulations and allow for crypto-based trading. And joining us now here first on CNBC to discuss it is SEC Chair Paul Atkins. Chair Atkins, welcome. It's good to have you.
Are you short?
I read your speech. I mean, my takeaway is this is not the SEC under Gary Gensler. This is a new regime. What do you want people to take away from Project Crypto and what you're saying about it?
Well, thanks for that question. So it is a new day at the SEC. We're picking up the gauntlet and the challenge that President
No, get me out here. I need to get out first.
The crypto capital of the world, U.S. technology basically running the world running on U.S. technology. So there are a lot of ways that we can help do that, and that is provide certainty and regulatory certainty and good rules that are fit for purpose for the crypto industry so that innovators know how to innovate and investors know what they're investing in and that everybody can have certainty so that that it's on the current rate.
I mean, one of the biggest questions on that front, Chair Atkins, is whether you classify crypto as securities. And you said most of them are not. And I just wonder how you're thinking about that and reconciling that with the Howey test, which is how you determine.
I got you, Odie. Don't worry.
Well, the Howey test applies to a
Gotta find my Twitter post with a trade A.
in the securities laws back in.
So Trader extended the sales to next month, which is pretty good.
In the case of orange groves and
I'm
orange.
gonna pass 2 more and try to get a payout.
Investors in that security. And so that's the law of the land as far as investment contract definition goes. But in that there have been over the last 80 years a number of applications of that. But it's in the 21st century now, we have at the SEC we have authority that we can use to help construe that and develop that farther in here into the 21st century. So we aim to do that. So not every crypto asset is investment contract or their.
Dang it, where's my trade A giveaway?
Certainty in that with good rules that give them guardrails to innovate and to be able to take things to market.
NQ is chopping up now.
I mean, there are a number of regulators here, including Treasuries. How do you make sure that there's not some sort of overlap when it comes to how you're classifying crypto and regulating it?
There we go.
Well, so that's what's the beauty of the PWG report.
Back
So
in
we've been
March.
collaborating with our
Not
fellow
March.
regulators,
There we go.
bank regulators, and CFTC and Treasury to develop this report, the DOJ as well, and Commerce. So we are. So what we have to do is have a system that it provides certainty, but by that that could have overlapping jurisdiction, but we have to have flexibility for market participants and people who are innovating so that they know that they're not going to get caught in that trap, which is too often what they've had to do here in the past several years. So we will work with Congress. They just passed and enacted the Genius Act here a couple weeks ago, and now they're working on what's called the Clarity Act that the House has passed. I commend them for doing that. And now it's in the Senate, and the senators will be addressing those issues, and there'll be a back and forth. But we're working with them and look forward to having a system that makes sense for this budding technology.
Right, and it sort of goes along with I think you've used the words predictable compliance pathways. But I'm curious what exactly, or if you can give us some sense as to what that really would mean for the likes of crypto exchanges or the protocols that underlie decentralized finance.
Well, the one thing about these predictable pathways, and the previous question about overlap, it's fine to have overlap, and if you look at the bank regulatory system, there's overlapping between various regulators, but there's certainty as to what the market participants can do in that area. So if we have
How you doing, buddy?
a flexible type of framework, I think that's the best smoother battles because the battle.
Yeah, don't trade more. You did good. Good job. So your ETF is gone, right? They won't let you pass that. It's in blown because you went oversized.
So we have to put that aside. We have to keep in mind innovation and investing and make sure that people
That sucks.
have certainty.
They'll let you pass it.
Yes, I mean the crypto contagion. I think that was the
I'll be
worry
back.
about the
Give me one
last,
second. I'll be back.
on behalf of the last SEC and just generally taking a lot of these recommendations from the industry themselves when it comes to regulation.
Well, investor protection is, foremost in our mind, as well as capital formation and innovation in the capital markets and so forth. So there's a balance there. But FTX is a good example of had it been a part of, rather than being offshore, had been onshore in America under American regulation, I think there would have been a totally different development of that and outcome. They could not have been what they did. They own a subsidiary here in the U.S. It is the old Resurrect.
Oh shit, let me just get out. I'm taking it down. Oh my god, that was negative 2,000. Now we're negative $39. I saved my ETF funding. Woof. That was a heart attack. I thought I was gonna blow that. So I need at least 800 for a payout. When should I short? I don't want it long anymore. Oh man. Let me cancel all my limit orders. I don't get screwed over. Cancel. Holy shit. The only thing I blew was the tick, which was already halfway dead anyway. Done. Cancel.
Meanwhile, Kiev today
Order
observed an
canceled.
official day of mourning
Ooh,
after
what a
Russian
day.
drone passed Thursday, which officials say killed 31 people, including 5 children, and injured more than
I'm sorry, dude.
150. Special Envoy Steve
I'll be back.
Witkoff and U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee are touring and aid distribution centers in Gaza and meeting with residents there today. The visit intended to address a humanitarian crisis that has led to growing starvation. The president said earlier this week that the U.S. and Israel will partner to run new aid centers.
I think I might let you pass. Oh fuck, I could have been green.
Now expect Sean Diddy Combs to face a prison sentence substantially higher than the 4 to 5 years they once thought he'd received.
Wow, look at that pump. Almost 200 points.
Late last night in opposition to Combs' request
Shush.
for $15 million bail. David, back to you.
Thank you, Bertha. After the break, we're going to have an exclusive interview with Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic that follows, of course, not just July's weak employment number, but revisions for June and May that took well down. The number of jobs were added for those months as well. Also, check out shares of Amazon. Right now, trending towards what would be the worst day the stock has had since
my eats.
we got the initial
Are you
tariff
leaving?
announcements back on April 2nd from President Trump. We'll talk more about it here. It's not
All right, later, buddy.
guidance for the next quarter. Dan Ives will join us to discuss. We're back right for this.
Good job. Bye, buddy. Let me see how many days I'm on that ETF. Oh, wow. Look at NQ. Damn, my health for 200 point drop. Wowzer.
Shoes that push the laws of aerodynamics. It all starts with Skechers Hyperburst technology.
So ETF, I'm on day number 8, so I'm gonna try to short. Let's see, I wanna try to short it. It hit 320 again. 325. I'm gonna short. Might be bad, but let's see. That's a huge pump already.
Morgan Stanley has offered clients determination and forward thinking to create the future only you can see.
winners.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
Memory decline? Meet new QML Brain Health, the first and only tablet to combine 2 high absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention,
Are
and
you still short?
trust QML for more comprehensive brain health support. There's an easier way to bank and get up to $500 in 5 minutes or less when you download Dave.
Today is a new age.
Circle is building the
It
foundation
might.
of our new economic system. We can raise global economic prosperity.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now I have Google Gemini. Here's another beauty tip. Shh, let's keep this between us.
We go short now. We missed out on the short. We left like 500 points drop. I think it's too late to short, but I don't know. I do have a short at 325. Oh, it might hit 325.
Welcome back. Sizable miss for jobs this morning, coming in at 73,000 in July with sharp downward revisions. That might be the bigger story for May and June. President Trump lashing out at Fed Chair Jay Powell on Truth Social, of course, after the report, telling him to drop the rate. Joining us now exclusively is Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic, along with our own Steve Leisman. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Sarah. Let's get right to President Bostic. Good morning, President Bostic. Thanks for joining us.
Dude, ChatGPT is so fucked up.
The number this morning, along with those.
I put trade. I'm trying to do the graphic for the giveaway, and it changed to trade gay. I'll show you. Holy shit. That is so messed up.
Perhaps the bigger story.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, with these revisions, a real clear signal that the markets are slowing down in a significant way.
Look at that. It said trade gay. Oh my god. I asked them to change the code and it changed to trade gay. Oh, your short is working.
Something that we will see where the labor markets will return back.
Yeah, ChatGPT it's not good. I mean, it's good, but it's not. Are you done? Good shit, man.
PCE was at 2.8. It was not moving toward 2%. All the contracts we were hearing were saying that price pressures are going up.
Oh yeah. If we dump again, how long? That's a good day today. Really only blew up the account that's supposed to be blown yesterday, so good.
Certainly what we're seeing in the 6th district, but that does also suggest that the risks to the employment side of the mandate are maybe coming more into balance with those in inflation, and that's something that I'll really.
Oh damn, Mugo. Sorry.
Raphael, there's the old song, I wish that I knew what I knew now when I was both younger or older. Had you had this data going into the meeting, would you have changed your view and what you ended up doing and supporting?
You know, I don't think so. There is still a lot of strength underlying the labor market.
we do see that wages are not collapsing. So wages are operating in a way that we typically see in a solid labor market. The unemployment rate, as many have noted, is still at 4.2%, which is below full employment measures in many metrics. And I still am not hearing from businesses that they're on the verge of letting go a lot of people. So in many regards, the labor market still is good.
See, they can change to trade day.
Annual job creation rate is still over 100,000 jobs.
Fix
So in
that.
many ways, this is about slowing down. And now the test we have is really to figure out to what extent is this slowdown likely to persist and get us into a more troublesome position. But we don't know that now, and that's something that I'll be working on over the next 2 months.
Okay, I know it's only a couple hours to change past the number coming out.
That was a good pump to get me out when it dropped back down.
Penciled because you don't make a firm commitment to your forecast. Had you penciled in for just one cut this year? Are you still in that place?
Really change those things until I get much closer to the meeting. So for today, yes. I do think that with new information, it's appropriate to rethink everything. And that's what I'll be doing with my team. If it looks like the labor market is weakening in a sustained way, such that the risks on that side have increased to be greater than the risks on the inflation side, then I'd be open to increasing the number of cuts this year. Today, I don't see that right now. Inflation is still further from its target than employment is from its. But we will just have to watch and see how things evolve over the next several months.
But I think one of the questions, President Bostic, is whether you should look through a tariff-induced inflationary spark. And that's what the dissenters, Governor Waller and Governor Bowman, have said, is that, sure, if we see tariff-induced inflation, it's one-off, and we should look through it. It doesn't speak to necessarily what's happening in terms of demand in the underlying economy where the Fed should react to. Well, do you disagree with that?
Well, I think that's the
dang, it's
story of
dropping
what
again.
tariffs mean and do to an economy. I think the situation today is a bit different in a couple of ways. First, the way that the tariffs have been rolled out has been over an extended period of time, which is not what you see in textbooks. So what we have
You don't have any accounts left? Google?
much more extended period than I think we would typically expect. A second thing, which I think is quite important, but I have not seen talked about very much, is that these tariffs are intended to change supply chains in pretty significant ways. So in that sense, tariffs are intended to create structural changes, and those structural changes should, I would expect, have implications for the dynamics for inflation.
It is good. We are good. I got the codes for Tradeify. So we are good. I'm gonna start doing it maybe Monday. We'll start promoting Tradeify Monday.
Just to follow up on that, which is, you mean potential growth could be lower, which means that you would not be quite so reactive to growth stepping down if you are ultimately ending up in less optimal supply chain configurations.
So these are the things that we'll have to work through, but that is definitely a possibility. And, what I want to do is make sure that we understand the full picture of what's happening. And the tariff policies, as you know, are quite complex. Country to country, we have different levels. Businesses are still trying to figure out what their optimal strategies will be in this new environment.
There we go. Trade a Bugatti, 2 free in a day, free activation.
And sourcing strategies that make sense.
Make code Bugatti lowercase.
Said this morning, they talked about this idea of looking at inflation or PCE X tariffs. Is that a calculation that makes sense to you?
Well, I don't think that's what we're going to do in our building. We've talked about this, and I think what we've come to the conclusion of is,
Damn,
the world
sorry,
is very
Mugo.
integrated, and all of these things fit together in a very complex way. And it's very difficult to tease out individual things. So we're not going to go that route, I don't think, but it is an interesting concept.
I just want to push back a little on your view about the labor market and how it's in good shape. I know we got today's numbers, but it really does change. The 3-month average now goes from, I think, 150,000 to 37,000. And even if you look at the consumer, we haven't really seen real spending growth lately. We saw a step down in the GDP number on the consumer. So
How many firm can you trade I remember you telling me that. I don't think you have that many. I'm trying to get Day Trader too to give us some straight to funding. I'm trying to find stuff without activation.
Today's numbers do raise the salience of risk to the
Connection
side,
lost.
but we can't just act as if there aren't risks on the other side as well. And our task moving forward will be to try to figure out on net how should we think about this.
Oh damn, it's pumping again. Give me 325, no short.
There's a lot of debate also about how restrictive our policy actually is today, and that's something that I think everyone is going to have to reflect on, because it may be the case that there is a lot of momentum that we are not constraining things as much as people think. I don't have a full view on this, but this is something that we're also going to look at to really understand how much we're contributing to the dynamics that are going on today.
Raphael, thank you for joining us and sitting in the post-jobs report hot seat. Next time, one of us will get on the Delta flight between Atlanta and New York, and I'll see you in Jackson Hole as well.
I'll see you in a couple of weeks, and we'd love to have you down here.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good to see you, President Bostic. I mean, he's sticking his guns there. I know he's not a voter, but sort of inflation risk outweighing the job risk.
Things are changing, and he's rethinking some things in the House, so to speak.
Still ahead, White House's first, thank you, Steve. It's good to see you, Steve Leesman. White House's first reaction to the jobs report.
Let me post a $50 giveaway on YouTube real quick before I do the graphics.
Both falling post results. Don't go anywhere.
What is this? Streamlab. You didn't get out? Oh. 2 times. It's gonna be PayPal and Venmo only, no crypto. I cannot do crypto. It's too expensive now. Let's give him 35 minutes to enter. I'll give him 40 minutes just in case. There we go. Start the giveaway. There we go.
Construction. I love outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Signal Relief Patch. Clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable, and there's a real money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend a patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Signal Relief Patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing to lose. I promise. The patch works.
Mugo, get on YouTube if you need a giveaway, Mugo.
Silicon Valley Post analyst Dan Ives is going to be here at Post 9. We're going to break down what we heard last night from big tech, namely Apple
Apple's biggest revenue growth in years.
Check the giveaway channel. I posted on there. Just join up.
Amazon. We'll go through it all. Back in just a moment.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? How about fishing? Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Yeah, anybody can win this. You don't need points or anything. Just trying to help you guys out.
And downs, and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317. Retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what
I
I
see you, Mugo.
A home that's just right.
Yes. Yeah. When lucky fans spend 70s together, when left, right, right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Wednesday, August 6th.
He's still trading? I think I might be done. That was too brutal today. I might be done. Unless we dump again. We get a new low day. I'm gonna jump back in.
What's your flavor?
What's up, pancakes?
What's your flavor?
Here's a taste of H-E-B.
Morning, Tony.
Mexican hot chocolate. One of over
Oh shit, what's Gambit? Gotta let Gambit know. No, he's sad. He blew his stuff.
We proudly roll trucks off the line in cities like Arlington. The people who keep Texas moving. For them, only America's most dependable trucks will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
During July, Chevy drives America. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on this Silverado with around $7,000 in total value. Plus, Texas residents can get an additional $1,000 bonus cash.
Best animation.
Your animation destination.
Nobody. Welcome back. The NASDAQ is lagging this morning, falling after results from Amazon and Apple last night. Amazon in particular dragging the index
Man, that
lower.
drop. That's a
After
good
the
short, dude.
Nvidia is the final Magnificent 7 names report coming later this month. This calls for Dan Ives, Wedbush Securities Global Head of Tech Research, to talk through all of it in a new outfit. Dan, it's good to see you.
Great to be here.
So what happened with Amazon?
I mean, look, I view it as an overreaction. I mean, to me, if you look at AWS, strong. You look at ultimately guidance. I mean, guidance from a top line perspective, I view is pretty robust. I mean, I actually believe this is sort of the renaissance of growth that's about to happen at Amazon. I think, look, you're just seeing investors hypersensitive, but you look at overall big tech earnings, monster results from the Scottish Scheffler of tech, Microsoft. You look at what we saw from Meta, you know, and even when you look at Apple, I mean, I think there's a
Can we
big
go down like maybe 8:15, 8:20? Oh, get it.
Obviously, Amazon worries about the guide.
Not go long.
17.5% growth at AWS, but far less growth than Azure, for example. You know, Microsoft shares did not perform particularly well either after a very strong quarter. Concerning for you?
I mean, to me, I think it's just the beginning. I mean, look, we think Microsoft's going to be a $5 trillion market cap in 2026. And I mean, I look at what Nadella is doing in terms of the cloud strategy. Those are actually numbers that were beyond bull case. And I think ultimately investors, they're going to continue to try to find negatives here. When you think about the big tech growth story and the AI revolution, I mean, this is just the next phase of growth that's now going to second, third, fourth derivative. Apple being in another category, because right now they're essentially on a park bench drinking lemonade, watching the AI revolution go forward.
Yeah, is that what it's not? I mean, that said, that's not that their so-called competitors are at all.
Oh my God, what are you? You long?
What? About the macro reasons today, but you would have
Look at
expected
Mugo's
13%
thing.
growth of iPhone
30
sales stock would be up.
down 3600. Oh my god.
The demand down in China, 4% growth. So the demand that's actually going to show growth
And those,
in the next 3 quarters.
yeah, those TVT's expensive. Don't stop spending. Just take a break if you blow that one. It's expensive. It's too expensive. Don't keep blowing those.
Want to see them now
Look at
change
the
that
Mugo.
growth.
Yeah. Mugo blew, I think, 3 TPT today.
Is the no-brainer deal. Because the reality is they're not going to have AI in
Oh shit, have we checked up on Fish? I see Fish okay. You know Fish likes too long and that's another flush.
because right now
Dude, I held 200-point drawdown on my thing and I came out green.
this arm trades from Meta to Microsoft, Palantir,
Yeah.
and of course led by Godfather Bad, Jensen, Nvidia. We're seeing
I'm just gonna wait for another dump too long. I don't want to short anymore. Not this
can't be
level.
on the outside looking in, and that's why I believe clock struck midnight. It's time for them to actually change.
I would really like that. Kind of
Oh, did you type the Bugatti thing in YouTube, Gambit?
his language did seem to change a bit around.
Okay, what about you, Ismail? Rad.
Besides beats, and you talk about
Yeah, so you can get it's the giveaways. $225. Alright, cool.
they need to change because they recognize that the innovation's not going to happen internal. And their hands are tied too.
Is I'm not trading anymore?
DOJ and other, what they could do with Google and some of the other partnerships, I believe they're going to have to do not just one, but multiple deals. And that's our view. But I think if you take a step back in big tech earnings, and obviously a down day today,
Oh man, Tiny Ass is long too. So we're so used to buying a dip and it's fucking us up bad.
23,000, and it's next year another 10 to 15%.
You feel more bullish. Yeah.
I feel more bullish because of the underlying growth in the AI revolution.
All right, Dan. Thank you. Always good to catch up with you, especially on a big day like this.
Thanks.
Dan Ives. Coming up, former New York governor and current NYC mayoral candidate Andrew Cuomo joins us right here at Post 9 of the New York Stock
This
Exchange.
guy, this guy's good. He keeps shorting. Hello, fake Bugatti. Haven't seen you in a while.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the next step of rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, we consider fund investment objectives, risks, targets, expenses, and more. Prospectus at investor.com.
If you have an air conditioner in your home, you've probably experienced this. That's a drain pan overflow and can cost you thousands. An AC shutdown will leave you hot and miserable. This
What up,
is
Cat
why
Daddy?
smelling superbacteria lives, grows, and sticks inside everyone's air conditioner drain pan, creating disgusting odors in your home and also causing your AC to clog up and ultimately shut down. Look, pouring in bleach and vinegar corrodes your coils and will cost you thousands. Using other chemicals and wetback doesn't eliminate the odors and makes you a slave to your AC. Get iFlow. iFlow is a smart device that easily installs in less than 15 minutes and automatically dispenses our specially formulated iFlow biotic cleaning solution that breaks up and
I don't
flushes the
think
bacteria.
it's gonna pump SK. The 3 minutes looks like it's gonna curve down. I might be wrong. I went long, maybe like an 810 or something, or 815, 820, one of those areas.
Professionally installed by your local air conditioning company.
Oh, so you corporate types are rock stars. Well, that's what you're thinking. This is rock stars being corporate types.
Or say AI agents are making you all rock stars. Sorry. You'll see.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
Oh, okay.
Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry. Who are they? Oh, interns.
Nice. A funded account, or are you just... are you just... Well, are you doing any of the Ninja Trader tournament, or no?
What's best for everyone, it depends on it. Solving today's challenges while creating future opportunities. It takes balance.
What happened? I think bot went short somewhere. Bot shorted Apple. Apple. Oh, Apple's jumping too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go long anymore. Bought shorting Apple. Shit.
Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with David Faber, live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange, frowning. Carl has the morning off. Today, the White House's first reaction.
Yeah, I gotta go pee. Holy shit, it's gonna dump more.
What's the impact of changing tariff rates on the U.S. economy?
Then big tech's capex plans. How much are the mega caps willing to spend to win the AI race? And how should shareholders be thinking about all those dollars?
And former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is here with more on his run for New York City mayor as safety becomes a top campaign issue this week. First up, though, in the markets, we are seeing a bit of a sell-off here in the overall markets, pulling back from near record highs. S&P's down 1.6%. You virtually got every sector in the S&P lower except for consumer staples. Nasdaq's down 2.1%. A few things in the mix here today. The Amazon forecast, disappointing. Amazon's a big company and a big drag when you have a move like down 7.6%. Disappointing jobs number for July, disappointing revision for June and May, and then of course new tariff rates that we have to contend with.
Yeah, in fact, let's start there on those tariff rates because the president did unveil some new global tariff rates, and Megan Casella has been tracking all of it. She has the latest for us in DC. Megan.
Hey, David. So President Trump here rewriting the global trading system with the signing of the
You want 21,600? That's a big bear. I mean, I can see it. I can see it happen this month in August for sure. ERs are done.
Tariff rates of between 10 and 20%. And then another 62 countries, by my count, were hit with so-called reciprocal tariffs, which range from 10 to 41%. And some sizable trading partners are included there. India's at 25%, Thailand and Cambodia both at 19%. Everybody else then
Later, buddy.
a baseline tariff of 10%. So that's the same rate that's been in place since April. That one doesn't change. And for all the action with smaller trading partners, 3 of the U.S.'s top 5 partners don't have any sort of framework agreement yet in place. So that's China for one, still at 30% tariffs as of now. Mexico got that 90-day negotiating extension yesterday, keeping them at 25% for now. But Canada has yet to strike any sort of deal. So tariffs on their exports to the U.S., they jumped to 35%.
Which one are you trading, DC? Which firm are you trading?
About 2/3 of everything the U.S. buys from abroad comes from just 5
Oh wow, that little
partners.
pump.
And tariffs on all of those goods and services now start at a minimum 15%. And guys, there's one major point I want to highlight here, and that's the timing of all of this. With the exception
We
of
got
Canada
24 more
tariffs,
minutes
none of these new rates will
before we
take
do the
effect until
giveaway.
August 7th. So the key question now
I
is
can do
whether
more
any
if we need
additional
it to.
countries
We'll
might
see
be
how
able
it
to
is.
strike deals in the next
I know
6
everybody's
days.
blowing
That
up.
implies that even with the deal, most countries are still seeing tariffs of a minimum 15%. And so either way, we're in a new era of global trade with this move. Guys,
Yeah, Megan, I mean, 15%, as you say. By the way, it's raising a lot of revenue every month, which the Trump administration is happy to speak to. Very much unclear, and of course it will take time as to whether it really does change manufacturing in the way that they seemingly want to as well.
yes, that's absolutely right. About $26 billion, if I'm remembering right. I cover that Treasury monthly statement every month. So I think last month about $26 billion came in all customs revenue, tariffs being a big part of that. So we're definitely seeing the revenue increasing. When you talk with economists, though, what you have to gauge from them, and people have different estimates here, is just what the trade-off is. Where is it coming out of when you are getting more revenue there? In the same Treasury monthly statement, for example, we saw corporate taxes falling a little bit after the One Big Beautiful Bill was passed, or the Tax and Spending Act was passed in Congress. So is there a trade-off there? Is there a trade-off of companies not wanting to invest because they're still not sure where to build at this point? So there are trade-offs, but you're right that the revenue is increasing. We have to see now, as these tariffs do take effect, assuming they do on August 7th, as they sort of, build the impact in the economy, what that looks like a few months from now. Okay, Megan, thank you. Megan Casella. We'll turn now to the July jobs report, the big story of the day, adding fuel to the fire for a market that was already on shaky footing from these tariff updates. Unemployment, great, ticking higher. Non-farm payroll growth coming in slower than expected. All with May and June totals getting a massive downward revision. 258,000 initially reported. President Trump sounding off on Truth Social, taking aim again at Fed Chair Jay Powell, labeling him a disaster, calling for him to cut interest rates. And here's the thing. I mean, he's been saying it with strong jobs numbers in the past. Now with a weak jobs number, there may be more of a case, and the market is telling you there's more of a case for the Fed to actually be cutting rates. So the odds of September go up to 70%. They were below 50 before this morning, because the idea is the Fed
Fitty
has a
is
dual
so
mandate.
cool.
It's jobs and it's inflation. And they've been more worried about inflation and all this tariff-induced inflation, which hasn't really materialized. But now the job market's starting to crack. So will that change the calculus about what they have to do?
Yeah. Any thoughts having listened to, I know he's a non-voting member of Bostic, but in terms of the interview that you and Steve conducted?
No, I don't think it's 45. I think it's like 40.
Who used to be worried about inflation more than jobs, and he said now he's going to reassess because it looks like, I mean, look at the 3-month average of jobs now.
What'd you say, 37,000?
37,000.
By the way, we haven't been revised at all on the current number, which conceivably, if at least recent history is,
Yes, and make it a little unreliable for the Fed to be focused so strongly on the job.
Do you have concerns about the data overall?
I mean, not the data overall. You have to take it all together, and the Fed does this, right? And there are signs that labor market is weakening on top of an overall very strong, very full employment picture. Let's talk more about it. CEA Chairman Stephen Myron joins us now from the White House. Chair Myron, it's good to have you. What's your takeaway from the jobs report and maybe more importantly, these big revisions lower?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Look, I think that July's numbers were pretty decent. Over 80,000 new private sector jobs created. Obviously, the revisions to May and June were not what we or I think anyone else really wanted to see. But I think there's a number of special factors that help explain some of that. Our calculations are that about 60% of the revisions are due to quirks in the seasonal adjustment process. So they moved around the seasonal factors. That means that jobs got taken out of May and June, but those seasonal factors will be reshuffled to other parts of the year. About 100,000 jobs in May were due to that. And in June, about 40% of it was due to teachers being seasonal affective quirks with respect to teachers. So that explains a portion of it. A portion of it is also that if you look at the household survey, since the president took office, we've eliminated 1 million foreign-born jobs while creating about 2.4 million new American born jobs. So this is a result of the president's very strong border and immigration policy to keep Americans safe and secure. We've been reshuffling jobs from foreign-born workers to American-born workers, but nevertheless, the drag in foreign-born jobs would eventually show up in some sense in the data, and that may have been what happened in May and June. And finally, there's the uncertainty that I've spoken with you about on your program before several times. That was very real, the uncertainty with respect to tariffs, and that uncertainty was critical to getting the leverage that we needed to make to create the circumstance in which the president could create the trade deals we've seen over the last few weeks, which have been nothing short of
QQQ short, Nvidia short, SPY is short. Wow. And Tesla is short.
But that uncertainty, that created that leverage, it also may lead
And Apple was short. Oh, it bought it shorting everything.
And I've always allowed for that being a possibility. Now, what I'd say is that uncertainty has dissipated. The trade deals with some of our most important trading partners are in place. The tax bill, the One Beautiful Act, is now law, right? And both the trade deals and the tax bill contain extremely powerful incentives, extremely powerful forces for creating a booming American economy, for making America the best place on earth to do business, to hire, to expand and invest. So I do think things are going to pick up materially from here.
But the job, okay, you said a lot there, but just on jobs. I mean, the job creation is mostly in healthcare.
You don't need points.
Construction hasn't been a big job creator. We know the problems in the housing market. I mean, doesn't this all speak to a weakness, which I know you don't want to see. You want to see a healthy jobs market, but it also certainly helps with your case that the Fed should be cutting rates.
Yeah, well, like I said before, for sure there's certainly some, number of elements of this report that I don't think we wanted, and I don't think anybody really wanted for the U.S. economy. But we do have very powerful policies in place from the trade deals, from the tax bill to make things pick up from here. And I think to your point, I think it's a bit embarrassing for the, for the folks that have been, sort of so insistent on given interest rate policies. I think it's evidence that the president, once again, is going to turn out to have been completely correct about the inflation outlook and where interest rates should be.
Right, but not down to, maybe directionally on rates, not as much as he's been calling for.
Yeah, directionally. You know, I don't want to predict exactly what the Fed is going to do. I don't want to tell the Fed what to do. That's not my job to tell the Fed what to do. But I think we have to acknowledge the president has had an absolutely fabulous track record on this subject. He was right in 2018, 2019 when he said there was no inflation, no risk of it, no need for higher rates. He was right in 2021 when he said inflation was going to be a big problem and we needed higher rates very quickly. And both instances took the Fed about a year to catch up. Remember, in 2021, they were dismissing inflation as transitory. I think this time, you know, he's going to end up having been proven right again that lower rates, you know, are appropriate. And I think he's got a great track record on the subject.
You know, you mentioned, Chair Myron, the uncertainty brought about by tariffs. I would point out, though, I think we do not have deals in place yet with 3 of our top 5 trading partners. Megan Casella, our reporter who covers it, made that clear. Canada, Mexico, China. Doesn't that continue to create some uncertainty when it comes to that front?
Look, I would not deny that there is some continuing uncertainty.
Dang, you got 35 points already?
We've got trade deals covering, including the United States, about 55% of the global economy, which is substantial. And we've laid out a roadmap for how other countries
You want that money, SK. How much was it? I think it's like $150, right? Yeah. Let me see.
Just as Europe has, just as Japan has, just as many of our other trading partners.
Oh, my bad. It's $100. $100, 75, and 50.
America still remain open for business because outcomes for the deal will be much better for them than outcomes without a deal. So it's incumbent upon them to realize this and to see this and to get there. And a number of very intelligent countries have done so. And I have no doubt that it's only a matter of time until Canada and some others get there too.
You know, a lot is made. The president points to, of course, the growing revenues each month from tariffs, obviously helpful in terms of offsetting budget deficits and the like. But do we have any metrics that we can really point to in terms of what I believe, or many believe, was the ultimate goal here, increasing domestic-based manufacturing by companies as they reshore? Is there any evidence to point to that is occurring?
Well, you know, I think it's going to take some time for that evidence to accumulate. Globalization, you know, hyper-globalization, globalization on steroids, you know, that didn't happen in a day. And starting to rebuild the American domestic manufacturing base is also not going to happen overnight. And I think we will start to see signs of that coming in the near future as the tax bill is passed, as the trade deals settle into place, as there's more clarity over the lay of the land for policy. I think you're going to see that. And you mentioned revenues. I mean, that's also, I think, going to be absolutely fabulous. You know, about a month ago, we expected about $3 trillion over a decade of revenue from tariffs. My team is still crunching the numbers now that we have a number more tariff rates on where policy is. So I don't have a final number for you yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being much closer to $4 trillion than $3 trillion. No, I still don't think it's going to be inflationary, and I still think there's no evidence of that. There was no evidence of that in 2018, 2019, and there's still no evidence of material.
There's a little bit of evidence. I mean, you see it in some of the good sectors and the categories that are affected.
I disagree with that, and the reason why I disagree with that is because that's an international phenomenon. There's been an uptick in the same good sectors in core goods and in other good sectors internationally. If you look at the UK, you look at Canada, you look at Mexico, you see the same thing. Goods inflation in the United States is almost exactly where it is in Europe. So I don't think that you can explain something like that with tariffs because those other countries aren't engaging in the types of policies we are. And so I think that that's a bit of a specious argument that's very convenient for a number of folks.
Okay. Well, let's see what we get in the next CPI report. Stephen Myron, it's really good to have you. Thank you for coming on to talk through
Thanks for having me.
Big news day.
Thank you.
From the White House.
Still to come, this our reaction to both Apple and Amazon results. Many companies are feeling from tariffs. We're going to talk to one portfolio manager about his positioning after those prints. The NASDAQ is down about 2% right now.
Plus, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is with us with more on his run for New York City Mayor. Money Movers, back in just 2 minutes.
Plant-based, healthy blood pressure support. There's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Human, the #1 doctor pharmacist and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health.
mouth support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
We just signed a lease on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Music up, doors off, shades on. Cheap. This is how summer rolls. What's next, baby? You tell me. I got a tank full of gas and nowhere to be. Can't stop, won't stop. When the spark hit, let the good times roll. Cheap. There's only one. Let the good times roll. Never miss a moment.
The majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target.
This is a Fed that is really going to adhere to their conviction that the 2% target has to be in their line of sight.
They acknowledge the legitimacy of the challenge that we face as America with our trade deficit. This positions us to take our relationship with the EU forward in a new and a better way.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
Sometimes it's the smallest details that make the biggest difference and shape everything you feel. Experience the feeling for yourself at the Lincoln Summer Invitation. Now, get 0% APR financing, 0 down, and no payments for up to 90 days on select Lincoln vehicles.
Welcome back to Money Movers. The NASDAQ is on pace for what would be the worst day since April. As you take a look, of course, Amazon's a major drag after reporting results. Cloud revenue at 17.5% growth, perhaps not being well met. Really, the guidance as well for the next quarter seems to have concerned some investors. Apple is also lower, despite what was its biggest revenue growth since 2021. Joining us now is Janice Henderson, Investors Portfolio Manager, Richard Flood. Richard, good to have you. You know, let's just start off with both. Sort of, what do you make of the moves here? Certainly, Apple down despite what seemed like a strong quarter. And it kind of follows yesterday with Microsoft blowing the numbers out, and yet the stock really not ascending to levels that many would have anticipated.
Yeah, 57 tickets for the giveaway.
Yeah, so Tim Cook and team probably think a little bit sore today after putting up those numbers, but you know, take a step back. You just had 5 mega cap tech companies report in the last week, 13 trillion in market cap. They've all beaten numbers and they've all got positive earnings revisions, which isn't a bad starting point. But I think for Apple, it's the perception of those numbers. So the perception that 1.1 billion of tariff costs does not include the upcoming Section 232 tariffs to come. Now we know country of origin iPhone into the US comes from India. All other Apple products are going to be coming from Vietnam. There are 25% and 20% incremental tariffs there. So what's the impact to the cost structure, to the pricing, to the demand for Apple products in the future?
So tariffs here, you think, are playing an important role in why the stock is not reacting positively to those strong revenue growth numbers?
Exactly, and then also you've got the DOJ ruling with Alphabet in early September, which could potentially impact the very strong services growth that we're seeing out of the company as well. And then you've got the going back to the drawing board on AI. So I think there's just a lot of uncertainty, which means that the company's just not being rewarded for what are at the moment fantastic numbers. The market's very much debating what is this company's future in an AI world, and very much seen as a laggard like Alphabet has been year to date.
Yeah, well, I mean, real laggard. It's down almost 19% year to date. So what is its future in the AI world?
Let me see, the bot, I think the bot was, no, bot's still short. Bot was short 23,059, and it dropped down to 800, so the bot caught like 250 points on a short.
I think that DOJ ruling with Alphabet will certainly untie some of the things that they maybe like to do strategically. Maybe they like to do strategically with Alphabet.
And then last night, I think it short and caught 300 points, so it did good today. It lost 100 points on the long and 500 points on a short, so it's good.
They're not spending enough capex.
and maybe doing some M&A, doing some deals, maybe using Gemini on an iPhone. There's plenty of things they can do. And at the moment, there's no killer app on smartphones, so they've got time, but the clock is ticking. So, we're not going to, we're in the same place a year ahead. From here, we go to another WDC without too much innovation. The market's going to get more worried and keep derating the company.
What about Amazon? Is the concern that AWS growth is just not as strong as, say, competitor Azure at Microsoft?
Exactly. So the same as last quarter. If they reported first, it probably would have been okay. But obviously, coming off the acceleration in cloud, you saw it, GCP and also at Azure. It's just underwhelming. And they didn't do a particularly good job on the call of explaining that away. So, we really need to see that re-acceleration. And to your point on CapEx earlier, if you're spending heavily on CapEx and then not getting that acceleration, then that leads to some concerns around free cash flow and your profitability, but also about your AI positioning. So again, that's just feeding that narrative that Amazon dominated that mobile cloud transition, but maybe not so front foot in an AI world.
Are they losing market share in cloud?
At the moment they are, just based on the incremental growth we're seeing from some of the other companies. Now, there will be an acceleration in Amazon in the back half as they get more supply, as they get more power, as Anthropic, that Anthropic deal starts to ramp. But, maybe this is a little bit to do with, NVIDIA as the kingmaker. Who are they allocating GPUs to? You've seen a lot go to Microsoft, a lot go to Google, a lot go to people like Oracle and some of the neo clouds and tier 2s, and maybe incrementally just a little less to an Amazon, and that's just been quite painful for them. So we'll see if that can normalize as supply eases into next year or not.
Overall, are you still quite positive on the so-called AI trade, given we've now gotten earnings from the bulk of sort of the big seven here and the hyperscalers?
Yeah, for me, the key is to see that revenue, that monetization. If you're investing from a position of strength, this all makes sense. So I think, you saw that in...
No, you didn't win, Mugo. Doc is fucking with you.
For some of the other companies, it's still quite early. They've still got to prove that out. So I think we've got some good use cases. We've got some good proof points in terms of all of us.
We got 5 minutes before I pick the winners. That's a lot of people on the raffle, so I don't know if $50 is enough or not.
Richard, thanks for your time today.
You need PayPal or Venmo, okay? I can't pay you in crypto.
And the president is targeting 17 drug makers with letters demanding lower prices. We'll have that story and the impact on...
Oh, just type Bugatti, I'll tell you. No, don't use them. No, do not use FE.
Quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. The fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
You get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
I know how to make slick-looking goggle-sized glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Air will use AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
All Goggins goggle glasses are great gifts for all guys and gals.
Yeah, all those, the bots shorting Apple, Tesla, Amazon, QQQ is short, SPY is short on the bots, everything is short, so, and the trend is down, so, trying to catch the knife is pretty scary today.
To go out and acquire gold. So, when I got the settlement, I just stuck it in the bank, and that's when I got the brochure from U.S. Money Reserve, and that's when I decided I can make more money with this than I could leaving it in the bank. Because if I put 20 grand of paper in there, and 20 grand of gold paper ain't gonna make any money. I just bought it because it's my insurance policy. So my family will have it, Kay will have it, and we won't have to worry about money anymore. It was the best thing I ever did, I'll tell you. It's worth a lot more than paper is what you got in your wallet. It's nice holding it in your hand, but I'll tell you. It's real nice.
If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, pick up the phone and call to receive the complete guide to buying gold, which will provide you with important, never-seen-before facts you should know about making gold, silver, and platinum purchases.
Call now to also receive our new 2025 Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll
Yeah, we got 2 minutes, guys.
why you need to start owning gold today. You can also receive a copy of our new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. Pick up the phone and call America's Gold Authority, U.S. Money Reserve. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
Overnight about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always looking.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus. Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual small business playbook event, Real World Insights on navigating volatility and seizing opportunity. Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
Welcome back. It was one of the year's biggest IPOs. It happened yesterday. Shares of Figma more than tripled in the public debut for the company. It priced at $33 a share. The stock opened at $85 and closed at just a bit above $115. You can see it has been up more than that this morning, but still gaining at now 118. Market cap somewhere around 56 billion. Their run rate on revenues this year appears to be approaching, if not perhaps exceeding $1 billion. But you're talking, Sarah, something along the lines of 50 to 55 times revenues. And CEO Dylan Field had an interesting compensation structure, very similar to what we saw with Elon Musk at Tesla, which is still in dispute. At some point we'll hear from the Delaware Supreme Court about that. But certain prices and market caps trigger huge RSU gains for him. He's already gotten, I think, 11.25 million shares because he passed 15, 20, and 25 billion in market cap.
All right, I'm about to 35 seconds, guys. We have 66 people in there. There's 30 people in the chat.
Versus Adobe, for instance, because that's a big competitor, right, on software. So it looks like price to sales here is 70. Adobe is under 10. Now it is growing a lot faster. I think it had more than 20%.
I was doing next 12 months. That's on the last 12. Yes, 70 times.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, right? There's going to be evaluation questions, and also I think questions, David, about.
I'm about to pick 2 winners, okay? No crypto. You need PayPal or Venmo? All right, let me pick the first one.
Where these stocks shot up really, really strongly. We've seen that as you run 4-weave and circle.
Chris Trin, I did not know who you are, but you won.
No, there's definitely this is concerning to Jim Cramer.
Can you DM me your Twitter?
When we were talking, looking at Figma in particular as a sign of real speculation and worry that it could spread to sort of concerning parts.
Yeah, I just need your Twitter so I can DM you. You have 2 minutes. I'll pick somebody else.
Yeah, I feel like he did quite well. Yes. On the back of that. All right, time now for a news update. Bertha Coombs
I think he's AFK. Sucks for him.
The third and final day of testimony at an NTA hearing in Washington is underway as investigators probe the mid-air collision in January between
That's not you,
an Army
Mughal.
helicopter and an American Airlines flight that killed 67 people.
It might be a bot. I think he's trying to log into the account.
Flying in crowded airspace and short staffing
2 minutes too long.
among air traffic controllers have emerged as key factors.
Yeah, you're right. 30. We'll give it 40 seconds. Yeah, 2 minutes is way too long. We got other people waiting on the money. We ain't got time for the bot to log in. And they're coming on the own account. Yeah, they ain't got time. Alright, you got 20 seconds now. No reply yet.
Changes to some CDC recommendations. And one day after wrapping his latest world tour, Justin Timberlake announced on Instagram that he's been dealing with
Oh, I'm sorry. It's too late now. I'm gonna pick a new one. Bye, buddy.
70 shows across North America and
Yeah, we'll do 40 seconds next time. Let me pick a new winner. He's gone. The next one is Ty. It's Ty. Is this one all guy? Shut up, Mugo. I don't know. That's Altai. Well, either way, you got 40 seconds.
Is America's premier crypto platform.
Oh shit, it is real. Never mind, he's here. Yo, Ty, I need your Twitter so I can DM you and send you the money.
So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know.
And you gotta have YouTube, okay? Not YouTube. Not Twitter. PayPal or Venmo so I can pay you. No crypto. Hey, I need your Twitter so I can DM you. No Discord.
Never thought this would happen.
I got you, buddy. Let me DM you real quick.
That shows up fast to make things right.
Alright. I sent you a DM on Twitter. Just let me know your PayPal and I'll send it right now.
So I can't do this anymore. I asked a couple buddies.
Congrats, dude. Let me pick another winner. Let me log into PayPal first. Oh, 7
I now come home, spend time with my kids, and I've never felt that. Changed my life.
Check your eligibility in minutes at getlifemd.com.
Alright, let me pick the next winner.
We guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style.
Next one is LSJN. Oh, I gotta write your name down so y'all can't win again this month. That was Tai Chung. Yo, LSJN. Are you here? You have 40 seconds.
Any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
Some might ask, what's the hurry? But if it's the difference between getting McDonald's breakfast and eating for sweetness.
Oh shit, he's here. Damn, congrats, buddy. I need your Twitter. I know I had it before. I just don't remember. I just need your Twitter. Oh, you have PayPal, right? I hope you have PayPal or something so I can pay you.
Payments at SafeLight.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Apple Tree. Okay, I got you. Let me send you the PayPal. Don't laugh at my account when you see the name of it, okay?
Midtown shooting where 5 people died, including the shooter and a New York City police officer. Joining us here at first on CNBC.
I just sent you the money, Ty. Yo, LSJN, I need your Twitter. I need your PayPal too.
Shooting in 25 years for New York City. And the
We can do some more. Let me do another one. Since there's a lot of you guys need some.
Right. We've gone through a period in New York where the socialist movement has been predominant.
anti-police, defund the police, dismantle the police, deconstruct jails. And I think the shooting on Park Avenue
Bot loves
was a
bot.
wake-up call.
Oh shit, my bad. I got you. I got your DM.
Any given day, anything like what we saw on Park Avenue could happen. And before anything else, people have to feel safe. Whether it's economic development, whether it's affordable housing, people have to feel safe. And that's a police department that is respected, that is staffed, that is trained, and has a good relationship with the community.
So how is your policy different?
Let me pick one more winner, okay? $25 PayPal.
Defunded the police.
Alright, this is gonna be the last one. Then I gotta log off and go eat. Hey, I remember you this morning. I hope you're not AFK.
We removed $1 billion from the New York City budget.
40 seconds, buddy.
Police on the state side to compensate.
Oh, I hope we have PayPal. You might not have PayPal.
We changed government policy, and we now have fewer police officers.
Either way, you have 30 seconds now.
Police officers, which would just bring us back to where we were during the David Dinkins, Rudy Giuliani era.
I mean, Mayor Adams has added police in the New York City subways. I know, for instance, Mamdani says he wants to keep police headcount the same, just wants to sort of reprioritize that. What would that do for the city?
Yeah, well, he now
I need your PayPal, buddy.
he wants to keep police at the same level. He was dismantle the police, defund the police. Police are
racist. You call them
racist, are a threat to public safety. So this has been a recent change.
Okay, I guess he's not here, so I'll pick somebody else.
I'm a little cynical anyway because I'm a New Yorker, but I'm especially cynical about that. But
Really?
that this whole socialist movement.
Shall wait like 10 more seconds? Yeah. Okay. Alright, I'll pick somebody else. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, Bonut's 75. I gotta delete that graphics I have for 90. It's not 90 anymore. That sucks. He thought it was over. Yeah, I think he thought it was over. I'll then pick somebody else. Oh shit, you won! Hell yeah! There you go. Yeah, I already know your info, so I'll DM you. I'll do another one.
To your inability to beat a 33-year-old socialist with limited relevant experience in the primary is being disqualified.
What? For that, you won.
Say you had your chance, and you didn't get there.
Yeah, well,
Alright, let's do one more so we be $100 today. Alright, the last one's gonna be...
Smaller turnout, you tend to get more activists who turn out.
Oh, no way, Ismail, you won, dude. I think he's AFK. I think he went to work. We'll see.
Democrats, you have independents, you have Republicans.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
So it's a totally different, it's apples and oranges.
But you thought you were going to win the primary, didn't you?
I thought I was going to win the primary because I was watching your screen and watching all the polls that said I was up.
It was a double-digit loss.
Yeah, and then what happened was there was a much larger turnout among those under 30-year-olds.
Oh, I can't believe he went AFK. Oh, he's gone. I don't think he's here. That sucks. He was on Discord voice too.
You need an enormous turnout, it would seem, if you were to emerge
Oh,
victorious here.
you got 30 seconds, buddy.
Fall out of the race.
Gotta be fair.
I mean, is this going to be a game of chicken in terms of at least the hopes of many have that there will be one real candidate who can take on Mamdani?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a game of chicken. It shouldn't be random, right? What I said is, whoever is the stronger candidate in September, when people actually start to look at the race, come back from vacation, focus, whoever is the stronger candidate, put that candidate forward, and the candidate who...
Oh shit, he made it in time. Yo, can you DM... I need your PayPal. Just DM me. I think that's it. Congrats, buddy. You won.
Well,
discount.
Yeah, like on the dot. Like 5 seconds left.
They think the assemblyman would be a terrible mayor for New York City. He would do damage to New York City. And it sort of poses the question.
Alright, guys, good luck. Don't blow up anymore. Don't be like me. I'm gonna log off. Toodles.